Wait for it. Wait for it. Ah, that's the noise we needed. What is up, one and all? Oh my god, we started early instead of late for a change. Because we are a little bit late. Apparently the series you were keeping an eyeball on got shifted around, but we've got a 2v2 tournament happening. The schedule just seems to be out of the window. I thought we were getting Vortex versus Lucifron versus the Winners, Tigers, and Home Senpai for the qualifier, but I don't think that's actually happening now. Instead, the schedule now been shifted up. So we've got MSN and Myriad up against Louis MT and Scarlet Devil. So a little bit of Volta Esports versus Team Elephant action, which is pretty exciting. So I don't think we'll waste too much time, actually, because they're already in game. And I knew I forgot to do something. 1 second. There we go. I forgot to place me differently. I knew I forgot something. All right, 1 second, 1 second. So I created a new... scene for this entirely. But now I need to quickly... Where do I put me? This is all about me after all. Down here, do I embed myself? Up here? Little tiny obnoxious me up top? I don't know, man. I like because it's weird, because this is not Capture Age. So the UI is completely different. I'm at a little bit of a loss on where I actually go. Do I make myself smaller? I need to budget in a bit, don't I? That works. Tiny KP. Hey, look, it's me. All right. So without further ado, let's get ready to kick off this show. So game number 1 between the lads, and we are going to be getting underway momentarily. How do I speed up, slow down? Ah, it's +0, isn't it? Yeah. All right, let's go for it. One and all, it is time for something new and a little bit different. Team tournaments back on the menu, and it's 2v2, which means it's the right size to still be entertaining and meaningful at all stages in the game. And we've got some meaningful names going up against each other. Louis MTT, the Timu version of Louis. No, this is actual top #1 Chinese player in the world, Louis MT, and his compadre Scarlet Devil facing off against Volta Esports. So a Team Elephant Volta Esports showdown here. On the other side, it is going to be Myriad in the red as the English, while MSN takes the field in the orange as the blue. On top of that, we are going to be having a Malian French combo on the Chinese side. So for those that don't know, this is a tournament that's been hosted by Carlos. He's been running a few smaller tournaments at the moment, but he decided to put some money into actually making a 2v2 tournament happen, which is going on the weekdays. So shout out to him for actually bringing this together. We've got a lot of known names. I believe Dimu and Corbinus, for example, have actually teamed up, which is pretty intriguing. What's the T in the MTT? I think it's just like Mountain Time. So he's a Time Lord at this stage. So we haven't really cast team games in a long time, but this is already kind of interesting because we are getting an English Dark Age opening against French. That is unusual, guys. You would not be expecting that at all. And unfortunately, you see why. It's a whiff. Oh, man. The golds. We're on Dry Arabia, but double gold option for both players. So Louis MT will be able to lock in. Mali French? Yeah, this is like a weird combo, right? Because normally the meta, when you play team games, is meant to be one Cav Civ and then usually one Hunkered Civ. Because the Hunkered Civ builds into infantry that then death push you eventually. But in the meantime, the cavalry player raids. So it complements really nicely. Then again, 2v2, there might be a few more dynamics, but definitely in 3v3s, for example, you typically have like one boomer or one big boy player, someone who's going to build big instead of build knights.
We in this.
And what's up, Pencil? Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you for the prime sub. So we're just doing a little bit of 2x here to try and like catch up because we are a little bit behind. And Myriad, he's going for the spear longbow combo. So this is what I meant. This is traditional team approach, where you just bulk up like this with an infantry comp, and then the knights from your teammate will just try to raid your opponent out of the game a little bit. On the other side, though, Louis plus Scarlet. The interesting thing is, like I said this is weird because it could be double cav, but we have to remember historically, Malians are this. This is a bit weird, though. Double racks, I guess it's because he wants to protect both their bases, but the problem here is obviously you haven't got a javelin blocker. And what's up, Pencil? Holy crap. 10 gifted subs? You legend. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate you. Scarlet going Jav Spear as well to counter Lombo. He should be. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't start adding in Javelins for the third production building. Oh, he goes Stables? Wait, what? That's a bit wacky, right? I never would have predicted the Stables here. I mean, you can raid with them, I guess. Lombo's already part, though. Like, the problem here now is, like, you don't actually have a range unit, and the Lombos can actually start to harass economy. In fact, we're already seeing Louis suffer a little bit there because he can't go on the gold. Warrior Scouts? Warrior Scouts aren't very good against Lombos. The problem with Warrior Scouts is it kind of just baits people sometimes because it's your Horsemen, but they don't get Horseman bonus damage until cost range, so they don't counter range units. Burn coming through here. It's Aris's priority, which is a bit of a problem. Ooh, nice usage of the Scout there. Myriad just blocks any charge in. Snipe on the Scout in the meantime from Lombos. Donzos are starting to show up. They are going to have to bail on the dive, though. So Louis MT's Arislets will save his bacon from getting cooked. God, I don't like this UI. I don't know who made this UI, but my recommendation is like all these icons would 100% be better being here, I think. At least for 2v2. Right, what's this do as well? Oh, there you go. We can switch income. I don't like that either. Because the income screen doesn't show you their raw numbers at all. We'll just stick on numbers of villages. He does go archeries. Okay, so he cancelled the stables. This is much better now. So Scarlet, he needs that imminent counter to the Lombo play. The interesting thing here is like Myriad can't really do much else because what are you going to do? You're going to start building Men-at-Arms against double Knight Civ potentially? No. So your only option really is like you either just only are building Spears or you're building Spear Lombo. Spears only can be nice though against Javelins. It's actually surprisingly effective. So what's the game plan? The win condition for these two teams right now. I think the goal right now is to win on French. Think about what's happening. They're trying to idle out the gold sources, which will allow MSN to take the Knight lead and then dominate the field. He already is. It's 9-5 French Knights. Problem is, when you talk about defender's advantage, although your opponent is outnumbered, they aren't when they're fighting in their own base currently, which is why Louis is able to creep out to the other gold and continue to produce. Still, is a hit. He is behind on production right now. Scarlet is switching into Musafadi. I don't know if that was a misclick, though. Yeah, they're kind of nice against Knights, but obviously not as your primary, like, Jack unit to go in. Gonzos. Pretty fat, actually, numbers right now. The Lombo count not good enough to actually instantly take out Donzo. It's a bit worrisome here. I don't know, guys. This looks a bit weird for Myriad. I think he switched to Greed a bit. Yeah, he went for a pocket of farms, but then he switched over to the Deer. Give me resource and maps are too big for team games. 2v2s is fine. I think 2v2s. Like, look at what we got right here. Both parties are trying to play fight mode. It's not just boom. 3v3s, 4v4s, absolutely agreed. 4v4s in particular just get way too big. Map design has, for years, lagged behind in the team environment, and I'm kind of disappointed the devs still haven't taken note. Or rather, if they have taken note, I mean, I'd like to think they've taken note, because I've literally said it to their face, but engine limitations, whatever it is, stops them from doing it. Gonzo's spear count looking really good, actually. Scarlet Devil can more or less carry the engagement right now. You're also hemorrhaging knights here. Good snipe. Love that. They're around a stealth forest, so he's trying to remove the vision. That's a crafty little maneuver out of Louis. Why can't I switch player, by the way? That's weird. That's really weird. I can switch back to Louis, but I can't switch to anyone else. Huh? I've never seen that before. What's the prize pool? $1,000 on the line. Playing out across the course of a week. And you got a lot of known names in this. The Spanish bros are playing. The Canadian bros are playing. B and Cat are teaming up. Kiliadi and Baltoon are tuning up. You've also got Voldemar and Numadon are playing together. There's Corvinus and Dimmu. Chuck Francis and Elyona. Anatan and Scatterbrained. So yeah, a lot of pretty cool and stacked teams. Nice. Oh, this is sick. Louis. Well, because they've got so many Donzos, they feel safe at home. He goes for the charge around the back. That forces a full retreat. Myriad. Now I'm going to hunker down. The count dive coming through. Does find the trickle of troopers here, but doesn't commit. So Mirrored moves with the Knights, but one thing you may be noticing is the advantage MSN had is dissipating. It was 4 Knights ahead early on. Now it's like 2 to 3 Knights. So Louis is clawing his way back up. I'm a bit worried, actually. I don't feel like English has really found the role yet in this game. However, if you get a chill pill and get up to like 30 Lombos, really scary. And that's the interesting thing. Is like you can scale to a point where you can't be Dove anymore, but you can go Castle. And the reason that's so advantageous is when you're playing against the Javelins, the way you can actually kind of beat them, weirdly enough, with English is just going the next stage with your mass Lombos. It sounds odd, but surprisingly effective. Knights need to be careful here. Hold on a sec. He could set up a pin, guys. Yeah, because you don't really know where you're riding here, and there isn't a scout either. That is negligent right there from MSN. That could have ended up being a fatal error. He's riding blind around the back of the base here. Meanwhile, dive on the other side. A lot of idle time being achieved. Did he get worker kills, or is this just idle on TC? Because right now, MSN is behind by 2 workers. Knights are just keeping the pressure up now. Meanwhile, there's a backstab attempt coming through. MSN does get scouted out early by the outpost. You can see they're both just fishing at this point. All these French Knights need is a single good hit. Louis is going to discover the wall's going up. Snipes a worker through the wall, though. Nicely played. Every little counts. That's a 4 eco lead collectively for them now. Center of the map, MSN hemorrhaging a few of the Knights. Not respecting the jabs. Yeah, jabs are actually quite high base damage, guys. So even though it's heavy cav and they don't get bonus damage there, the 9 base guarantees that they do cause pain. Yeah, because maximum armor you can have is 4. And what happened here? MSN! He went for the ball! No, that denial is huge. Extended lead now, blocks vital food resources. I mean, and if you look at MSN, he doesn't have options. He's got berries in the corner. That's not a great option. And that's kind of it. Everything else is forward and exposed. And now the dive comes in. More workers being sniped here. MSN with a reaction speed of a goldfish. That's 5 workers down. Goldfishes react fast. I feel like they don't. Then they just become docile because they just sit in a little bowl and can't go anywhere. At this point, more like the reaction speed of a dead man. Myriad is trying something, though. It's a tech. It's a greedy one. Newly buffed King's Palace coming out. This now produces villagers 10% faster. I think you need something to deal with the Knights, and I don't think villagers are going to do that. I don't know. This is a little bit dicey, actually, because Blue's army is big enough and scary enough to counterattack you for attack. I feel like this is a situation where if Myriad hadn't been scaling mass Lombos and instead was scaling mass Spearmen, he gets away with this level of greed because how are you going to dive him? You've not got archers, so you don't counterplay. But 15 spears versus 24 knights. We've seen this story before. It's got to be careful. So they are just going to try and burn and back away, and we are seeing Louis actually now prepping for a tech up. big reserves being held by Myriad? What's the plan with all this food and gold? I mean, I would have assumed just more spear. And then just get the veterancy as a priority. Let's see. Hasn't queued anything up just yet. It's going to be veterancy on longbows first, actually. Interesting. So trying to beat back the javelin threat also helps him deal with the Donzos. Royal Institute from Louis is a smart choice here, though. Yeah, you see this more often out of French in team games than 1v1s, because in team games, you're only ever building knights. So by the time you're going Castle Age, you should have a lot of them. But in a 1v1, you usually have to add in other units. Or sometimes have to add in other units. Wink. You know what I'm talking about. Some people just still only build French. Not far behind him with the full Fulani. Oh, my. Okay, MSN. He has a problem here, guys. He took heavy hits when it came to idle as well as worker losses. You can see it right there. Louis is 12 workers ahead, actually. This is a huge problem. The French player is about to be the liability for the Volta Esports boys. Zen tries to scare him away, but Louis MT, of course, should have that veterancy on the way. 3 seconds out, he already queued up Royal Bloodlines. We're going big. And we ain't going home. Myriad moves into the base. He does find a few worker kills, so nothing small there. Javelins continue to scale. And the Donzos, ooh. He dodges the sweep. Myriad's army is coming. These are vet Lombos. A good maneuver to try and deal with the Donzos. Donzos that should be getting upgraded quickly because Scarlet, of course, he goes Javelins first, but he can get all those upgrades as veterancies just 30 seconds flat. Meanwhile, Louis must be getting close. Royal Bloodline's just 40 seconds away. And MSN still not teching. Soon he's going to be street fighting. I'm sorry, I had to make that joke. I didn't, but I chose to. Anyway, he's pinning him towards the corner. Veterancy for Knight's complete. He's trying to bait him for the perfect timing here. Now, the second wave is coming in from behind. Scarlet needs to be careful on approach because if the Knights turn onto the Javelins, he's in trouble. And more Knights showing up over here. Uh-oh, MSN gets found again. It's becoming easier now. Castle Knights can easily slap down these workers left and right. Well, Teal Knights, hold on a sec. MSN does cut off a few of them. What's the goal here? I guess they're just waiting for full upgrades, right? Like, Donzos have completed their upgrade. Javelins are there now as well. You'd think this is the moment where the Chinese duo look for the fight. Instead, they just kind of keep playing with their food, and it's giving time. MSN now with the Royal Institute. Nice charge there. I love that. He uses the villages, not only to get the kills, but to pull away from the chasing Knights. They'll sneak one or two into the base. So Worker Lead's starting to build more. Mirror going in. It feels like it, right? I think he needs more spears. MSN. Up in Castle. He did go Royal Institute. He had to. When he saw Royal Bloodlines, he really had no choice in the matter anymore. We kind of thrown the game not to. But we should be heading towards this fight soon. You can see the army now moving up. They're posturing towards Orange's base, interesting enough. However, hold on. That's a big find. The Donzos get cut off by the Longbows. Okay, but are they going to commit? Looks like he is. Louis MT goes in on the Stoneworkers. MSN taking another hit. Taking the knee, really. 45 compared to the 65 French villagers on the other side. Yeah, and that says everything about the game state right now. MSN has been hung out to dry on this. And now the backstab comes in. The Javelins arrive. Lombos have to get out, but you just can't move quick enough. They're stuck. And, like, where's the Knights? Oh my god, they're all the way over here. They're still mirroring the moves of Louis. Which means Malians get a perfect matchup trade over here. Javelins can clear it all. He's got so many Donzos too. Can't help but feel the Lombos just aren't killing fast enough. We'll dive in. Knights sneak their way back in. Leaves one or two on the flank to kind of hit the raid side. And now MSN marching forward. He's only got one shot at this, one opportunity. Royal Bloodlines completes in 30 seconds. if he can catch Blue's army without the assistance of Louis, there's a chance. It's not a good chance because there's still 18 Donzos, but there's a chance. There we go. Maybe a bit premature. Still needs 20 seconds. Teal. Oh! He gets him again. Okay, this is looking dead. Nah, wait, he commits early? Nah, this is too soon. This is too soon. Louis played this like an artiste. He forces the matter in a way that MSN's never going to be comfortable with. Gets the easy win as a result. That looks to be game. I mean, what do you do now against 29 Raw Bloodline Knights? You've only got 22. And then there's the difference in military force between Scarlet and Myriad. Like, the reality of what's going to happen next, guys, there's no anti-cav for Volta Esports here. They've got 3 Spearmen between them. Whereas, for all those Raw Bloodline Knights MSN just got, Scarlet, he's got 15 Donzos. And he's adding Musafadi, which also do counter the cav. Not as well as Spears, but they get bonus damage against heavy. This doesn't feel safe still either. Myriad has sort of walled himself in, but forgotten his teammate is kind of important there as well. 53 javelins? Yeah, and that's enough to start sniping out Knights, right, when they come in. Crossbow switch up for Myriad is intriguing, but again, the javelin count is absurd. And wait, he's still chasing him in the corner. The dive's coming in. Farm's going idle. And the burns begin. Yeah, and he can just camp here with as many jabs. He just snipes them. Like, that is a Raw Bloodline Knight, guys, and it just dies straight away. That's how much firepower we're talking about here. Yeah, so MSN's no longer contributing to the army at all. This is the type of pin that kills you. And oh, if you weren't convinced yet of your demise, you most definitely are now. Game 1 will be going to the Chinese lads. An aggressive start out of Volta Esports, but fantastic reaction out of Louis and Scarlet. Yeah, that was clean. Not really feeling threatened at all, right? That's without the poison damage either? Yeah. Well, like you don't get that on jabs, remember? Because he went for Fulani. You silly you. Boop. Alright, so game number 2 should be ready now. Yes. Mali go for Imba? No, they went Fulani. Wait, why is No. Carlo. There's a reason no one uses Confluence. I tried bringing it back and it was not good. Alright. So, point the boys on the right. I plan to go to Soska. Actually, how do you pronounce that? Soska? Is it Soska? Soska Castle? I mean, I would probably angle myself to host for AoE2. It would be my goal. And I'd love to be there for that. Because I think AoE4 is probably not going to need a host at all. Oh, is it pronounced Soha? Soha. Is that... Ah, okay. Interesting. I was kind of going on the way that Slakta is pronounced, right? And trying to alter the Z from there. Soha? 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 I think I got that right. I'll look it up later. But yeah, we'll see. I think I'd say I'm kind of a natural shoe-in for the host role. All right, guys, you ready? One and all, it's back from the dead. I can't believe I get to say this. Confluence is back in pro play for the first time in 4 years. Guys, remember Confluence? We used to get this map back in the Delhi fishing boats days where they would just oppress everyone on these rivers. This was back when Mongols Magadai were first considered OP, when the Khan was broken in the ultra early days. We used to see Confluence, but since then, it's just been missing. Outside of the one pre-launch tournament we ran for a DLC where we used this map, it's never used in pro play at all. So we are here for a 2v2 tournament, by the way, that's been organized by Carlo. Game number 2, we've got Volta Esports playing a combo meal here. Myriad with the Macedonians and his teammate MSN with the Delhi. On the other side, it gets quite interesting, actually, because we've got English-French. Louis is on the English, which, by the way, is quickly becoming a signature pick for him, and Scarlet Devil takes the French. Now, what's funny about this is we literally just had a game on Dry Arabia where they played against this combo. So after beating it, they're now saying, guys, let us show you how to do it. And it's going to be a 2TC strat. Yeah, I don't think Louis is going to fish at all, right? But Scarlet would benefit from it. Meanwhile, when you look at the Volta Esports boys, they're both fishing. The tricky thing about this, guys, it is shoreline fish. So if you're both wholly reliant on fishing economy, it's quite dangerous. Because your limited food source is going to run out a lot quicker when you share it like this. That's sick, though. Are you kidding me? We've got Chamber of Commerce. We're getting trade. Oh, this is so different already. Abbey of Kings, Chamber of Commerce strats, as opposed to it was Council Hall and School of Cavalry in game 1. Oh, man. Oh, and we can hit a little bit of fast forward while they just tech up because we're a few minutes out from live. Yeah, $1,000 on the line this tournament. A lot of top players playing. I'm actually impressed. Like, credits and props to Carlos. $1,000, I wasn't sure some of these names would have turned up. Because it's like several days of commitment, right? But it is refreshing. I've been saying for a long time I want more team tournaments. And this is the thing. I think even if the state of the team tournaments, some people say, oh, it sucks. It's not that good because the maps aren't good. Whatever your feeling is, to get them to be good, someone basically has to bite the bullet and host the tournaments when the times are bad, if that makes sense. There's another problem usually. I think like the biggest reason we don't see more team tournaments is it's an adminning nightmare because unless we get a reconnect function, the potential for crashes and remakes is absurd. Yeah, that's why I never organized them. So like props to Carlo for doing it. You know, even 2v2s, like when you go from a 1v1 to a 2v2, you've doubled the potential ways in which a game can crash, right? Because you've now got 4 players instead of 2. So second TC on the gold. Bit of a weird placement actually from Louis. Yeah, I mean, the TC, usually you like it touching the goal, but I guess this saves him on the lumber camp. What's the tournament name? Defend Their Flag. I'm gonna be real though, like Defend Their Flag, one thing I'll say, so Defend Their Flag, the whole notion is meant to be similar nationality, I believe. Right? But that hasn't worked out everywhere, like you've got Corvus and Duma together. But, you know, you have the Volta Esports flag here, I guess. You have 2 Chinese players here. You have Scandinavians together in different places. I, for a second, when I read the description of his tournament, thought he created a custom capture the flag game mode for Age of Empires 4, which, to be honest, saying out loud, I'm not sure exactly how you do it. It'd take a lot of iterations, but that could be sick. So night production begins, and we have got marketplaces being set up in the corner. Remember, you can trade with your friends. Yeah, unless there's a ruling that this banned, by default, this is what most people do in team games. Why trade is so popular. It's why Mongols got nerfed a long time ago on the Magadai. It was because of the team play. And okay, I've not seen someone wall like that in a while. Okay, that is corner campers are us. Myriad, fresh off of playing English camping, he's still setting himself up to be protected with Macedonians. There's a game mode that makes the game into Company Heroes that would be cool, since we're on the engine already. Oh, what, with the countdown system? I remember I asked that for a long time. So we used a mod where it would resume Sacred Site. Are you seeing someone create the point system? Because I've been begging the devs to add that into the game. Because I actually think that we're being really silly not exploring that as a competitive style type. Macedonian fast aim, it's feeling like it, right? Or at least it's going castle for Radari spam. But, you know, fishing count, it's only at 5. It's not crazy out of control. Trader count already up to 7 for Scarlet. Ah, so yeah, it is a score countdown or count up. I like that. That's cool. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing a tournament on that. Last castle for Radari on fire? Yeah, because he can dominate knights with that. And also, because your opponent's trading, you want to get a cav unit. The best way of killing traders is there's two options. You either go archers or you go cav. Those are the best ways to catch. Spear's pointless. Spears take a millennia to kill anything. But if you just get 1 or 2 knights in here, you fully deny this. Golden Horn Tower's going to be on the way. Plops at 4 to skewer the gold. Thinks twice about it. Wait, did he not realize that was just... Oh my god, I think he thought there was a knight with a scout. Wait, no. Maybe he doesn't, but he should, because guess what? The devil has arrived! And the devil is in the detail. Nicely played there. Dives in. Force a bit of idle time. Akiramafa are going to be there, though, so a little bit vital, but feels inevitable. There are more knights on the way, however. In the meantime, it looks like Scout died somewhere. No, the king. The king went down. Louis lost his king. And the Ghazi Raiders are shutting down the traders. Nice, though. Are going to hard commit. They should be looking for that Gimafa kills. A nice bait. That's sick. The Hippodrome Horseman's way too tanky to waste your time on. Much better to peel him back and then go after the spears in the villages. Great micro away from Scarlet. Horseman will turn around for the finishing touch. Recharge is going to come through, but a bulky boy here. He might actually be able to get the knight before I'm to retreat, but he needs to micro a bit here. Yep, one more step. No, not going to happen. Scarlet was sleeping, though. He missed an opportunity to get the charge there. Meanwhile, on the backside, the trade is still going up. Yeah, Scarlet currently at 9 and inflating. Golden Horn Tower is now going to complete, though. Looks like Scarlet didn't want to dive in anymore. And smart idea there by Myriad. I like the thought process and the awareness to rebuild the Hippodrome Scout. He's 210 HP at that point, now 250. The whole point is he might not kill knights, but he sure as hell will take hits from them. Like, so another reason why Confluence is considered a very terrible map, has anyone had a look at the Sacred Sites and counted them yet? And looked at where they are? A Sacred Site victory on this map is practically impossible. It's the big chunk of the problem with them. If Confluence was shallows and there was a way of putting a Sacred Site there, it could actually be a really cool map. Like a better version of King of the Hill, because you couldn't just castle drop it necessarily. Or different kind, but yeah, it's very weird for that reason. Okay, so White Tower coming in. Farm cost is being set up by Louis. We do have Radari in the way, though. I will say, although there's Radari, Scarlet Devil is in pretty good form on Knight count. It's about to be double digits already. Yeah, the Radari are threatening, but when they get caught in small numbers, not so much. There is a cool concept here, though. I think this is pretty Giga Brain from MSN and Myriad. Is Myriad can do all the hitting with the Radari, and whenever they get low, he can run across to MSN's base to get healed by the Scholars. It fixes one of the big flaws of prolonged castle for Macedonia, which is their bulky boys gradually get worn down. Louis now up in castle. It's going Spears. I mean, Spears answers everything that's being done right now. So actually, Louis can have a lot of presence on the map with like quad racks here, just vomiting out spearmen. MSN about to tech 2, though. Compound defenders time? Now, kidding. Should just be standard house of learning, right? The elephants are less feasible on maps this big. It's a lot harder to wield them, but the tech's still worth it. Nice night snipe there. Axe throws get him. Darcy continue the chase. House of learning coming through for MSN in the meantime. And he needs to frontline this. The problem is, where's the reinforcements? Louis, he's greedy in a corner, man. He's not coming. He's full Bing chilling. Diving the TC. There is going to be some reluctance there. Mirai decides not to hard commit. Yeah, the trade is at least safe. He's up to 13. They've got a noteworthy lead at this point, actually. Problem is, Scala is going to feel like he's made of plastic. French Knights, at this rate, are going to end up outnumbered by the Radari, and they are going to be much less impressive. Like, pacing-wise, because, like, what can happen now is, although right now it's a 50% increase for French Knights, this isn't safe, guys. Not against that many Radari and Ghazi. Like, this can be intercepted, right? It's interesting to me, actually, the way that Mira's playing this. Like, he's just trying to idle the gold in the base, but the part that's weird to me is Scarlet doesn't need this gold. He's got this trade. Like, if you kill the trade, there are no knights. Ghazi too. Upgrade should be stacked up, Emmett. Yeah, there you go. 2 minutes away for the Ghazi upgrade. Relic's also now being picked up by Orange. Weird part is they're just kind of leaving the trade alone entirely. But maybe they're paranoid about the spears. It is a good count now. 16 spearmen from Louis. I would warn, by the way, the Volta esports guys should technically be a big disadvantage here. It's not even to do with Louis' prestigious rank or things like that. It's that the Chinese players play substantially more team games than any of the Western players. And they play together. That's the other. These guys play together all the time. Knights. Now in the hold, the front line. His own gold is kind of crippling him here, actually. But nice hit on the retreat. Triple Radari down there. Whoa. Okay. That's a bit worrisome. Like, this is meant to be the moment where Myriad is the threatening party in these engagements. Even with those losses, though, the Radari count is stacking up. Spearman starting to arrive. He could pin a few. Nicely done. Yeah, a few crossbows aren't going to stop spears here. And these are vet spearmen, remember, so they do hurt. It's just so cheap and simple, guys. If you look at everything that Myriad and MSN have strategized around, it's to win with cavalry. The problem is, Louis MT is so lean on his economy, on what he needs and what he can extend, that vomiting a quadrillion spears is easily realistic here. And the reason that's important is when you look at the way that Louis has layered the cake, the way that he's spawned in the corner, you can't raid him. It's really hard to raid him. He could even get secondary wolves when you try. And then to add to the problem, are you ever going to try to bum rush the guy in the corner with spears? Probably not. But this is interesting. MSN, he's getting the gunner boys. Palace of the Sultans on the way. Wow. I mean, we were talking about Fimp for Myriad earlier on Macedonians. We're getting it on Delhi. And this is the thing that does worry me. There's a certain guy in this lobby that is still in feudal age. Would it be beneficial for Myriad to add some archers? Absolutely. They've pinned purple and stuck him in the feudal age, right? Like, adding in 5 or 10 archers would give you a way of removing any of Louis NT's spears. Tech up complete. Louis. He actually left Scarlet on his own. Okay, he's got to justify this. Got to do it fast. Demo being prepped, by the way. He's looking to cut some reinforcements, but the majority are already across the bridge. Oopsie. MSN does see this coming a mile off. Louis MT, what's he looking for? I mean, with enough spears, you could just rush down the gunpowder elephant building. Maybe that's the idea. Going for houses would also make a lot of sense. There's definitely some urgency here out of him. MSN, 12 scholars, not really giving you that vavavoom, that rush towards your Imperial techs. Also, wait, the War Elephant? No, MSN. He moved them together? Oh, God, singing High School Musical songs the whole time, it seems. Well, whoa, Louis, whoa. He does get out just in time there. Good save on the War Elephant. He was 1 HP. Meanwhile, Scarlet having problems. He has to add in his own spears. His own teammate gave him the middle finger. He's like, Louis, please, just send some of your 40 spearmen to help me. Build your own, bud. Build your own. Outpost defense strat now. And Windguard coming in. Louis MT says, fine, if you're going to be imp, I'm going to join you. Got more of the gunner elephants coming through. Got to be careful of spears here, though, because remember, the tower elephants are fragile. This is poor management. MSN clearly is too young to have ever played Zoo Tycoon. But if he did, I guarantee he'd be the one forgetting to put a door on the Zoo game. War elephant down. And this is so effective here. The Wallows are worthless. Villagers going idle. Another war elephant about to go down. Tries to pull up past. Actually keeps it alive. Well played. Another Wallow. Doing his best to buy time here. Spears. Gonna go after the normal tower elephant this time. This is so messy, man. Elsewhere, what's been happening, though? Oh, my God. Myriad is losing to the Knights. Guys, they've been in a 1v1 vacuum this whole time. Scarlet's trade is destroying Myriad's economy. Not by killing him, it's just that Myriad is playing a Civ that doesn't scale economically. Remember, Macedonians are probably the biggest example of a tempo-based Civ in the game because they don't have any economy builds right now. No one's figured a good one out. But Scarlet has figured an eco way to play French. Chamber of Commerce build is looking pretty damn good about now. Rudari are going to start intercepting, but it's already 21 traders. So much work. And Royal Institute now on the way. Meanwhile, the Spearmen continue to push in. Upgrades should be coming in momentarily. LUMT, 35 seconds until Elite Spear. What worries me is MSN's entire game strat seems to be to build elephants. I know this guy has an obsession with certain units like Horsemen with Civs, but come on. Like, there's limitations here. Demo Bay? No, I don't think Louis is going to fall for that. He's got full vision in the area. Come on. Give him a little bit more credit than that. Like, hey, guys, if you come over here, I'll tell you the secret route into the back of the Delhi base. Guys, let me just whisper it in your ear. I'm just getting a little bit closer. Guys, come on. I can't let anyone else know the secret. We're not falling for that mischievous demo shit. All right, Doc going to go down. Whoa. Okay, what? Loses one spear to deny demo. Villagers rushing on the gold now. Knights are slipping into the economy. This is big. This is painful. He has got textiles, but these Knights, they're Castle Age. They hit hard enough. And these are Louis, by the way. Yeah, everything's still at home for Scarlet, and not just that, he clutches up with the castle. Mwah! No diving allowed here. However, you'd assume the trade is exposed. It's not. The weirdest part about this game, the trade is still going on. Stabilization in his own base, but this is filthy, man. The Chinese players are bringing Wingard Raiders back. He's spamming Cav. Remember, with the Wingard, you're able to get your hands on 6 Cav units in about 20 seconds. It's an insane production rate. Okay, he doesn't have Military Academy, so he's at default. It's 25 by default, but you get it down to 18, 19 with this here. The Vomit is ridiculous. You get 3 Knights, 3 Horsemen every 20 seconds. And you get a discount. You pay a fees $850, if I remember correctly? Yeah, $850. 3 Knights would normally cost you 720 resources. So you're getting 2 Horsemen for free. Louis now with his own villagers moving up. He's going for an outpost drop of 9 too. Knight's still slipping in. This is getting so chaotic. Myriad hasn't gone 2 TC or anything, by the way. He didn't get any relics either. He got nothing. Villagers will be spotted doing this, so nicely played there by MSN. Still got a lot of pop wiggle room on both sides. Knights continue to target Myriad's food and gold. Dari will shut it down. Can't help but feel that Myriad is just slipping behind a little bit. Say a little, not like a lot. Then again, MSN is taking just as hard of a hit. You could afford one player to get hit like this, but both players simultaneously is kind of a killer move. Dari? Ooh, they do try to sneak in. Night reaction is going to be there, though. Myriad, is he thinking about Imperial? Looks like it. He's got big gold issues, though, unless MSN wants to sling in gold, which he could stop being greedy here. He doesn't need gold for research, so slinging that gold across would go a long way to getting Myriad back in the game. Again, it feels like he's going to need a lot more army at this pacing. Feudal Spears holding the bridge. Okay, this looks like feeding from purple, but actually it buys a lot of time to get more troops across. Because, yes, you're going to lose, but you're going to lose slowly. It's not like your opponent moved their range units in range. So it buys a little bit more time. He's got the castle up now towards the sacred site. And with that time, Louis goes for a dive. Check this. He catches him building the castle. And goes straight after the elephants. It's just so many spears, man. What's he missing? Elite Army Tactics isn't there yet for Louis. He hasn't got it on the way. He's going melee tech 3 instead. Yeah, it's a bit weird, actually, because he's close to being able to do a 40 AT. Would have thought that would become a priority. Wallalows again, because mass melee, right? Your one true weakness is, of course, the Wallalows. Ridari trying to flank. Not going to be able to do so. Nice to pull back towards the safety of the castle. Scarlet, a lot of gold. No food in reserve, though, is the problem. Another Wallow coming through. Louis is going to feed a few speeds over. We're a little counting here. MSN definitely needs a defense force. The elephants, hella strong. However, check this. The backstab coming in now. It's the Raiders again. Horseman super effective against this, guys. I mean, anything melee is going to destroy this. This is a feed. MSN buffering at this point. Buffering. Still buffering like he's playing on 2 megabyte internet connection. He loses the Tower Elephants. Achieves very low. Follow-up's going to sweep through the War Elephants. So main battalion of Ellie's are gone. He's got, what, 3 Tower Elephants and 3 Gunpowder Elephants at home. So not completely wiped out, but when you think about what MSN's building towards, it's not a fast thing. Not only does it move slow, but scaling it is slow because you want to get the Gun Elephants. You want to get towards 10. That takes a lot of time. The chaos of this. I don't know, it's weird. In a lot of ways, Mirad just has looked kind of helpless in this game at points. He just hasn't been able to fully wall in, right? Like, imagine his economy unharassed, what he could do. The tiering that we'd be seeing, the tech ups possibly. Instead, he's been reduced down to 10 Ridari? Oh no, and it's going to be more ranged elephants to try and fight in melee. This is kind of becoming a problem because he can't build war elephants against mass spears. And the attack speed has to be respected, guys. It's insane. Has he got citadels? He has. Network of citadels, so 30% increased attack speed. Ridari are chain feeding. They do at least realize it. And a hand cannoneer switch now on the way for Louis. Yeah, going to be really effective against the Ridari. A little bit of support cast up against the Tower Elephants. Tower Elephants do remove about a third of hand cannoneer damage, but you're still hitting them for about 25. Another castle drop. And I love the way that Louis and Scarlet bounced off of each other here. Like, Scarlet picked French to basically be trapped in his base for 2/3 of this game. But it's the implied logic that, like, yes, the French player wants to raid, so if we cut him off and we dive him, they don't have a game strat. That was all part of the real strat. Louis MT was the beast in the east, waiting to feast. Now he just feels undeniable. Pump is just continuous out of him. Spears leading the charge, allowing the Knights to just get that free damage in. Myriad, a little bit in free fall here. He needs reinforcements, but this is the dire straits, guys. MSN can't save him. What they just realized is diving the guy with elephants would be stupid. Walking away from the elephant to kill the other guy is genius. This is where you flame your teammate. Like, hey, MSN, where are you? Question mark, question mark. MSN just replies, I'm sorry, I seem to have been replaced by WhatsApp. Sad day. Oh, man. And wait. You couldn't get better timing on this. Is he going to backstab or go for the economy? Both are good options here. And he knows, like, look at the vision for Louis. He's been spamming outposts around the base. He goes straight in. Onto the castle. Look at those farms afterwards. Meanwhile, the Tower Elephants slowly move towards those Knights. Interesting choice to burn onto the castle instead of diving the economy, but hey, when you're this far ahead, you get to do whatever you want. Looks over from build difference, but that's the deceptive thing. Like, MSN got, I think, almost all the relics. He also has all the free text. But yeah, even those details, like, it's the way that Louis has played the economy advantage. It's very old school Beastie-esque, you know, where he just get late game, blob horsemen, go down the flanks. China's been working hard to bring that back with English. Wingard Raiders definitely seems to be king for it. Playing a bit of food over Scar, so maybe allow him to tech up here. Wallow's going to come out, it's going to buy a tiny bit of time. But then he should be looking for a redive. Yeah, at this point, the elephants are stuck out the base. Oh, no. When you accidentally close the door but don't have your key. He's going to try to get back in home, but I don't like the odds of it. College of Artillery. Wait, what? No Red Palace. We're getting College of Artillery. A rarity out of French. But if the game goes long, it is a way for him to snipe out all of those numbers. Hello? Louis. Gotta stop being like this. He got a wall. Oh my god, he's using the houses. He's garrisoning all the villages and the houses to shoot back. Oh, that's brilliant. Well, you know, military lead established for Volta Esports, but the economy difference is a bit ridiculous at this point. And we're getting forward infrastructure. Louis MT understands on a map this big, you need more boys in faster. So he's going to have his spearman production on the front line. Muriel is 25 military at 28. Oh, that's disgusting. Look at what his military is. Yeah, he's just getting slaughtered. It's not like it's 25 military because they're all Radari. There's only 5 Radari. Guys, I think China might be #1 this tournament. I don't know. Like, there's going to be player combos like Corvinus Dimu that are going to have some crafty strategies and experimentations. But I think the worry that I have for every other region, country, whatever the team is China plays a lot of team games. Spain, Canada are obviously up there as well. Maybe Canadians, actually. So here's my thought. If Spain, if this is like a $20,000 tournament, they practice enough, they'd be like a podium, right? I think the winners of this tournament are either going to be these guys or Canada. Damn. Not bad. Not a bad strata. Called that one. Map returns to pro play after 4-year absence. And it slaps. Who's in for Canada? Puppy Paw and Wham. Yeah. Once again, big shout out to Carlo for organizing this. So, Vortex and Lucifer are going to play at 8:45 p.m. CET. So in an hour, I think? Pretty sure that's in an hour, isn't it? So I'm going to check with him if there's another series now. If there's not, we can watch like a pub game while we wait for the next series. Oh, okay, there's another series. Which one is it then? All right, Carlo's sending me the bracket now. Thank you, mate. Oh, wait, no, 8:45 p.m. CET is now, isn't it? So now Vortex and Lucifer are starting, I believe. Let me see if I can find them in game. And I'll reset the score as well. Spain, Canada, China all have great shots. Agreed. But I think like what I'm saying is if this was a tournament that weeks and weeks of prep have gone into, very even Stevens between them. But like I think China has an inherent advantage because they play more team games than any other, like as a region, as the name of pro players from other places. Full stop. Like each of them individually. Like you guys realize CSO stopped playing pro 1v1 because he went back to just playing team games with randomers because they would pay to play with him basically. All right, let's see. Let me put the music back on for you guys. Let's have a look at what we got. So it's not up yet. Ah, there we go. So I got the bracket. Let's have a look. Wait, do I have the bracket? Ah, there it is. So I believe it's Russia versus Spain, 2045 CET. And there's another Russia versus another Russia versus Germany 2. Oh, there's 2 Russian teams, 2 Germany teams. No, there's Russia versus Germany now. It's just B's game isn't spectatable for some reason. B is playing now, question mark. Did they forget to make some? Okay. Let me check. Because based on what I'm seeing here, I'll show you guys what I'm looking at quickly. I think the background needed to be darkened a bit more, by the way, because the gold isn't popping enough. But this is also chaotic because they're not actually in order properly. You see what I mean? Like, oh, you guys can't see. So this says 5 p.m. and then this one is 7:30, and then this one is 3:45. Then this one is 10 p.m. Well, these ones, this one's second and this one's first. So it's a little bit all over the place. Oh, by the way, actually, that's a good moment to bring that up. We are working with Opera GX again. You see this sexy-ass browser? I'm using this. Someone mentioned to us the other day, there's an RGX mode upscaler that can make streams look better. So if you haven't got your hands on Opera GX, why not? We've worked with them 3 times in the past. We also do a bunch of like UGC content with them because we love working with them. If you're looking for a new browser, one that also actually has a built-in VPN, which I can tell you as a Brit is very helpful these days. I don't know why IMGA is blocked, but I don't have to worry about that anymore. Then Opera GX has got you sorted. Download it for free using my link. That also helps out the channel and supports me as a creator. Make sure they come back and sponsor us more in the future. Appreciate Opera GX for getting involved again. Okay, so like, are we? Okay, got it. So B, Cat, Funfmal, and Baxter are going to play now, is my understanding. And then after that, we're going to have Vortex and Lucifron versus Rabskia and Hom Senpai, or Tiger and Hom Senpai, which is Team 2 for Russia. And then, much later tonight, there's the Canadians playing up against Latvia. Scandinavia 2, which is Numidan and Voldemar, will play against Turkey at, I think, was it Central European time, about 11 p.m. And obviously, we just had Denmark/Hungary versus China. I love, by the way, in this, he called the Corvinus Dimmu team England-Hungary, but he has a Scandinavia. Both Corvinus and Dimmu live in the Northlands. He could have just made another Scandinavia team. Oh, and yes, for YouTubers, let me drop you the link as well so you guys can download Opera GX. Yeah, if you use my link, it lets them know that I sent you. Gets them involved more in the channel in the future. Here you go. Okay. So, just getting clarification. It's time to play now. Okay. That's what you told him. I also, also our team name was Nordic Expats. Nah, dude, you know what? You need a longer team name. Corv, your team name should have been Tired of Brexit and Paprika. Although, I'm pretty sure it's illegal as a Hungarian to be tired of paprika, right? Who's Night Shift Gaming, by the way? They run other tournaments? Yeah, they've been running a few. So Carlos, he lives in Egypt. He's been running a bunch of these tournaments. We hopped on and cast the finals, Anatan versus B, several weeks ago. So he's been just organizing a few small tournaments because he's a big fan of Age of Empires 4. So, you know, no real expectations on what to get out of it. Just trying to do things for the scene. KB hairline tutorial soon. Yeah, what you need to do is just you need a mum and dad, and they just need to bang, and then you just need to pray that when you conceive that the DNA is right. Just, you know. Why is Vortex playing AoE2 now? Because Vortex isn't up for another, I think, 45 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, is Vortex playing in the thingy tournament? Are they gonna have Vortex playing in the Harry Invitational? That's interesting, if so. Guys, is it time for me to become an Age of Empires 2 caster? Oh, did they get Mr. Llama? Dude, he got Mr. Llama? There's an interesting mixture of players playing in Hera's tournament, actually. So, I know they've got Yamato Cannon, who is a top-tier coach for League of Legends teams. Looks like they might have Vortex. They've also got Sing Sing playing. Sing Sing is just incredibly talented. Like, his ability to flex into new games is well known. He just picks things up really well. Mr. Llama is a top Diablo pro. Diablo 2, right? He plays a lot of Diablo 2. He was a former StarCraft caster, if I remember correctly. And then he switched over to Diablo as his full-time love. And then Grubby is going to be playing as well. And I'm assuming there's some others. Alright, these boys need to hurry up. AoE2 is more popular indeed. Yeah. I mean, I remember I had this, like... I actually quite enjoy both. Right? I'm not one of their... this game is better, this game, riot, crap. Just get out of here. Yawn. Like, you can have multiple games which are good, you know? So for me, you know, I find enjoyment of both. And I remember when I was doing the LAN in Germany, someone asked me, it's like, have you ever considered just casting Age of Empires 2? And I was blunt about it. It's like, you know, I've built up a community in AoE4, and it's also just like with AoE2, you already have so many casters. I think the last thing I want to do in a situation where I'm trying to like survive in esports is hop into another oversaturated place. I think that's like a big thing. Like you guys have this, right? Like channels you go to for different things just inherently. Like I could start playing World of Warcraft tomorrow. But if you're a World of Warcraft person, you're probably just going to go and watch like Fragments or like, you know, Miss GM, you know, or like Preach, whoever it's going to be. You're just going to watch you already have a person for that. I think that is true with a lot of games. So like with AoE2, you know, if you bring your big audience in, it's different. Like they share in that moment. But if you're going in and like, yeah, let's try and grow something new. I just don't think there's enough room for new casters there. I think the ones that try to break through often just basically have to work for free to try and get noticed and hope. That's why I love being able to do the hosting role. It just lets me experience that wonderful community without having to break myself trying to build another casting channel and another RTS. But Dawn of War 4. AoE2 is a lot more money for tournaments. Yeah, but it makes sense because their viewership is absurdly higher. Right? They peak much higher. You know, T90 will run his Titans League and he'll peak at like, what, 60,000 plus people watching? 70,000 people? Age of Empires 4 will peak on EGC tournaments at 20,000, 22,000, and 80% of that is Gotaga. I know people don't like to hear this, but it's just the reality. AoE2 is a better game. I'd be playing it if I was 50 years old, but I'm Gen Z, so playing this one. I think AoE2 has things that it could learn from AoE 4, and AoE 4 still has things it could take from AoE 2 inspired. They both have good things. Like, I've talked to multiple pro-level players in AoE 4 that actually prefer the pro-level players in AoE 2 that actually prefer that AoE 4 has heat-seeking arrows. They like they actually, like, you know, they told me that they kind of just got tired of the micro dodging, because like once you get to a certain level, you just do it well enough, if that makes sense. Like it can still be something you trip someone up on, but you get my point. Like you just dance back and forth for a long time because you're both that good. And I get where they're coming from. A lot of games have that. They have these certain mechanics that structure themselves as the baseline mechanic for it, and it's very challenging at first to do. But once you master it, like you're just in the club. You know what I mean? Like Age of Empires 4 had that with Deer Roulette. Deer Roulette was exactly that. Like, I can see where they're coming from. I'm a big fan of RTSs that allow you to do a lot of micro, but I like the micro to all feel divergent, right? Options opening up left, right, and center. You can argue, yeah, there is with that. You can go left or right or back or wherever, but you get what I mean. Like the choices that I'm going to use on my APMs, I would love for them to be, like, really meaningful. I remember I had this deep discussion with some of the devs about auto queue for villages and whether it's a good idea or not. Because when you think about it, like, the thought process there is, like, it is a skill thing to remember to queue villages, but also the argument that could be made for why auto queue could be a decent idea is that if it's a task that is mundanely expected to be done by you consistently throughout all the game, then it's basically you just doing a monotonous task. Does that make sense? Right? So like Age of Mythology is the weird one because they have auto queue, but Age of Mythology is different because there are situations where people would stop producing workers for good reason. Right? StarCraft has this too, where like there are situations where you don't want to build more villages or workers rather. But with Age of Empires 4, you know, I can't think of any situation where you stop producing workers until you're like a certain cap. Used to be 140, now I'd say it's like more towards 100, 110. AoE2 fans are also very loyal. They watch and support pretty much every streamer. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like AoE 4 hasn't got anywhere near as many years. By the way, we're literally just waiting for Cat to turn up. So Cat and B will hop into theirs. Otherwise, we'll have Vortex and Lizzie on. So we have got a series coming. Apologies for the delay. It's just a little bit messy. But yeah, like there is that longevity of support that builds around it for sure. Granted, I agree with that. I think also it's just very hard to build new esports nowadays. Esports is just kind of in a weird blender the last several years. Honestly, like if you think about new esports scenes, the only one that succeeded, and even then I think it's been kind of a mixed bag maybe in more recent years, was Valorant. And that was the COVID boost. The one that will possibly succeed is going to be Deadlock, the next one to succeed there. Why are you level 86? Because I have thousands of hours watching games. I don't play them. I'm that creepy guy at the back that just watches. And then starts a Reddit thread on one of my fake accounts about why Marine Lord should have gone 3 on berries and 2 on gold. And that's why he'll never be as much of a GOAT as Viper and Hera. Ooh. Players are not good enough at AoE 4 yet to utilize not queuing villages. Yeah, but I would debate that they ever will be, is my point. And what's up, Team Triangle? Thank you very much for the raid, mate. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, one and all. We've got 2v2 tournament happening. We're just waiting for the next lads to get in lobby. So we'll be watching either the Russians be in cat, or we'll be checking in on the Spaniards. Just going to double check that I haven't missed a lobby going up. And in the meantime, we're talking about esports and RTSs and things like that. You know what I want? Do I really, really want? I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. I'll tell you what I want. I'm sorry, I had to quit it. Red Alert 4. I've just got a thing for 4s. It's finally time. Come on, guys. I mean, I'm still bummed out that they fired the guy that made Hom 3 before he even got to make the new Command & Conquer. That annoyed the crap out of me. That guy, by the way, I think he got involved in the Olden Era project, which was really cool. I was so excited when they announced that. I was like, yes. I knew the moment they announced that they had the guy who created the Might and Magic free world, the Might and Magic universe, I was like, nah, this is going to be good. And props to the devs of Olden Era, actually. Without being the biggest studio possible, they've released an early access project that is better than, like, 95% of early access games and better than 60+% of AAA releases already. Dawn of War 4 coming? Yeah, so Dawn of War 4 is going to be an interesting one. If it becomes a competitive game with a pro scene, it's going to be because the community wants it. Because the devs have already been on record saying they aren't focused on making a good multiplayer game. They're more focused on making a good single-player game. And then they'll see what the multiplayer becomes. And I think that's fine. Some people won't like that, but like the reality is, for most people, they don't pick up an RTS to play in the multiplayer. They'll pick it up to play the single player, and then if they like the mechanics and whatever, they'll try the multiplayer. And even more so with new players, like people who haven't played RTSs before, which, like, you know, we're all getting old. The average age of the RTS demographics getting to Zimmer frames and Colossally bag levels, so we do kind of need some fresh blood. I might open up a pub game for you guys to watch in the meantime, by the way. This is taking forever. You guys are all 100 years old. Sorry, what? What'd you say? I can't hear you. Big up, Sonny. Don't forget arcade. Yeah, but Dawn of War 4 is not going to have arcade. I would love to have to eat my words and they have arcade, because I still think that's the best thing from StarCraft. Like, the campaign for StarCraft 2 incredible. Arcade is genuinely the thing for me that made it. Like, everyone always talks about it. It's weird to hear that from someone who has a career as a caster for years and years. I think the thing for me that made StarCraft 2 so good wasn't the esports. It was the arcade. How long do you have till the next one starts? I'm checking now. So Iche is... Let's see if we can get... Let's see if there's something we can watch in the meantime. Because we're just kind of sitting here. I thought it was going to be like a 3 or 4 minute thing, max. Still play Direct Strike? Damn. Okay, so Lucifron said a few minutes. B also said a few minutes. So it looks like both are going to start at the same time. Do you guys want B and Cat versus Baxter and Thumpmal? Or would you like Vortex Lucifron versus, I think it's a Rabska Tiger and Hom Senpai? So Spain versus Russia 2, or Russia versus Germany 2. Those seem to be the options. What's going to be the closest game? I think... weirdly enough, probably the Cat series. Because Cat hasn't been playing as much for a while now. He stepped down from a lot of comp play, right? I think Baxter didn't... I think he took a game off of someone notable in the qualifier yesterday. Vortex Lucifron seems kind of unfair. Yeah, it's like they'll be very in sync. Tiger, Home Senpai haven't really, like, you know, they do well on the ladders, but that's kind of that. What's first match? They're gonna probably start at the same time. We're literally just waiting for them now. Here, while I wait a sec, let's put something on the background. Background gameplay. Whoop, whoop. This is not the game. It's just I thought you guys would like something to stare at. Yo, Nugify? Wasn't that the Age of Mythology legend, the kiddo on the rise? I think it was, right? Am I thinking of the correct person? He was a filthy Oranos player. No, Nog never played AO. Okay, I'm thinking of a different guy then. Is he from StarCraft 2? Interesting. Didn't know that. Yeah, so we'll just be in this for a few minutes so you have something pretty to stare at. And then we'll switch over to B, Cat versus Pumpmal and Dexter. But guys, it's a Jin game. Going to WCS in SC2 once. Ah, okay. Like back when WCS was serious though, or after it became kind of a meme? I remember I worked at 2 WCS. It was kind of the point where it became more of a meme thing. Like in the early days, it attracted the big players, right? Austin Neeb 2-0 the year he won it all. Ah, okay, that's cool. That's cool then. What do you think he's going to do this game, guys? I think Jin, like, this is just... Whenever you see Jin in these type of situations, when they're against aggressive civs, I mean, you could go Cav against Ottomans, but you basically have to kind of end the game in Feudal Age, because if we get to Janissary bump, that's going to be a stinger. The alternative is like Starflight just plays for economy, which is what most Jin players do. Very boring, I know, but 2TC seems to be the best success rate right now. It might be that people figure new things out. I'm a little bit hesitant currently. I think probably Jin still needs a few tweaks and buffs before they have more flexibility to the point that they're good, or at least relevant. But he's going to be going great pastures, so it's not going to be 2TC. If you're doing 2TC, you typically go Flower Pagoda because you're able to town center drop the deer, and then you get your hands on the 25% buff rate for the deer gathering. Minimum Madrasa on the other side. I wonder actually if he'd try and do a Kinji. A Kinji Sipahi is semi-scalable together. Very expensive, but like the way you trade out against Jin, they don't really have good ways of killing you, right? Even if they go for the Mohei Tribesman, it's going to be difficult to kill a Kinji off. And it's going to be Iron Pagoda beginning. Ooh, yes. Full Cav. So Mohei Tribesman and the Pagoda. Okay, you have my attention, sir. Alright, I'm actually in the record late, so I forgot to do that earlier. But this is intriguing, guys. We're actually getting an aggressive Jin game. This will either be over in 2 minutes or a real strat. Mohei Tribesman, Iron Pagoda, and he's playing against Ottomans here. Ottomans that you'd think have all the tools in the arsenal to brawl out in the feudal, but good start there, sniping out the first of the spears. Active gathering, supply coming through. I am wondering if we will see a Kinji. The Kinji point got moved to tier 1, and the idea of just having a Kinji supply isn't crazy. Like, that actually sounds pretty good. Pagodas being spammed, by the way. Yeah, and he hasn't built a grassland, which is weird. For Pagoda spam, grasslands are pretty good. You spend 100 wood, and then you start generating these horses, as you can see there, every 90 seconds. It's going to get you a nice little cheeky discount on your pagodas. You save 25 food. I guess for Starflock, it's more about tempo. Like, if he chooses to start adding in the grassland, he wouldn't have the second pagoda already. But now we've reached the point where he's able to actually scale multiple, so double stables play. Fastest stable in the world. I wonder. What is he going to try and do? Spear plus Sipahi defense. So he's just counterplaying both. Sipahi goes after the tribesmen, spearmen deal with the pagodas. And because Sipahi are so tanky, they don't die straight away to pagodas either. And the meta is also a really big problem here, actually. Yeah. Trying to think what Starflight does. Like, what is his win condition? He's going spears. Okay. I'm not against this. You know, depressing. Oh, he's not building into the unique identity of Cav. You need spears, though. Sipahi are literally the best light cavalry game. Cavalry unit, rather, in the game. Full stop. There's no debate of that. Even after tweaks over time, nah, they're still top. Especially when you get things like this, the meta, the imam. What Starflight needs is burst kill. Because if he doesn't kill things, they're going to come back full HP. And over time, he will just have no HP. It's like, you know, these things look like Keshiks, but they're kind of the opposite end of the spectrum, where they don't heal. They do have a lot of health. Their DPS is a little bit worse. Stepping up. Do a little bit of fast forward here. Moving out now onto the D. Remember, Starflock isn't a noob. He's just producing very expensive, slow to produce workers. He's got 17 donkey boys. And they are double efficiency. So he's actually ahead on work. Great presence coming through. Nugify, what does he need here? Does he consider going towards archers? You're showing spearmen on Jin. And there's Mohid tribesmen. I still kind of like the Akinji idea, weirdly enough. And he is prepping a second point. I think either Akinji or you start just scaling the military schools. Nugify. I just realized I left the music on the whole time. Whoops. He's marching around. Hold on a second. It's going to be a rush away. Starflock, he's got the speed. No wheelbarrow, but Mountain Villagers by default are Zoomers. Yeah, they do not get caught easily. There is a backstab opportunity here. The question is Starflock strong enough to take it? He's positioning. I think he's more focused on cutting reinforcements. That he can do. We'll find one spearman. Still an equal grade there, right? Lose a spearman, but lose an outpost and a mill. I say equal. It's actually worse with Starflock. 150 versus 80. So many Sipahi. Has got the melee armor. Yeah, pagodas aren't going to melt through this that fast. Clickbait, this is 1v1? Yeah, because we're waiting for the tournament game. Dude, people overuse the term clickbait, I swear. It's 2026's cringe. Hey, no. I remember, like, I forgot about him until you mentioned it. There's a guy the other week who he always types clickbait on the YouTube videos. So I put him in... I'm going to tell him now. He might notice. I put him in timeout hideout where, like, he can still type things, but no one sees them. Shadow banned his ass. And he doesn't know. He probably doesn't work as a live stream, so unless I upload this game, he'll never know. Oh, the wall? The wall? Starflock. The South American Viper. Gets the wall up. You can lose this fight with Pagoda, though, guys. Yeah, if he just pulls back the front line. Nugify. Okay, he's Hodoring instead. Nice heal there. What was that? That was double Sipahi for double Pagoda, I think? And now if you just run away, you can heal all the damage. That's the point we were making earlier. Just makes melee look like a meme, but nice grab there. Starflock, the double kill on the exit. More are arriving, though. Hold on a sec. Not my donkey. -2. Could go for a third. Spearman got in the way there. Nicely played. So Starflock, still expensive. But at least he buffers away. And he does shrink the Sipahi count as a result of that. Which is important considering how much Starflock is becoming reliant on Mohid tribes. Now to 11. For meta and Q? Yeah, I don't know, man. Is this the meta? Where's my sunglasses? Yeah, this is one way to ensure you never lose the aura, I guess. Hold on. Oh, he's not bypassing right now. He's got the melee armor on. And the meta, he has gone down. That's important. Spears now showing up on the wrong side of the fight. He's got Sipahi against Pagodas. But look at the bars. Where's the health? Ay, ay, ay. This right here, this is American healthcare without insurance. Not good. Where are the imams at? This right here, this is English NHS. It's very slow. It's very inefficient, but it's free, baby. And this is what I was talking about. The frustration. Like, your opponent just rejuvenates full. And you've just got all these dead weight, super expensive units that will die right away at the beginning of the fight. And there's nothing you can do about that in the second age. Doesn't seem like 2v2. That's because we're waiting for the next set to begin. Read the room, man. Jin not dead yet, but I've got a funny feeling they're about to be. This is a lot of archers, and the depressing truth is Starflock's entire army could just die to archers. Because the pagodas are all practically dead. I think he's got 4 full HP pagodas, and the rest have no health. Archers beat spearmen. Archers can trade out against Mohei tribesmen because they're horseback archers. It's kind of ugly. Okay, fine. Squaring up for it. Guys, you sure this is not 2v2? I don't want to judge. I don't want to point fingers. But how many of you know how to count to 4? Okay. Be real. Be honest. Oh, Fizz? Wait. Fiesta? What was that? The pagodas. Headbutt straight away. They don't even try to bait the spears. Pulls back now. Re-engage going to be coming through. Melee armor does get activated. Nuggify. So you need to be target firing down these spearmen to enable Sipahi. Pagoda line is kind of re-establishing, actually. He fast pumped. He used the grasslands to get +2. That's going to be good enough. Sick out of Starflock here. And Nuggify. Where are the archers? Guys, you're kind of needed upfield here. Count not really making much sense. He gets wiped. Starflock. The big boy out of South America. Turning up strong here on the trash civ. The meme civ of Age of Empires 4. The Chilean with no chill. Color me impressed. I wasn't expecting that level of wipe, but really what he done so well, even it just doesn't seem like a lot, like 2 pagodas, but like rush spamming 2 extra pagodas just gives you a bit more flourished front line. Also, to be honest, Nuggify's positioning is a bit weird. I'm still trying to figure out where those archers were, because there was a lot of them just not participating. And it felt like it was more than they just hadn't, they hadn't ran across yet. I feel like there might have been a rally point in his base somewhere. All right, we're going to do some speed up anyway, because the Vortex set is beginning momentarily. Starflock. Looks like he's prepping for castle now. Both of them going for actually. Uh-oh. Oh, wait, what? Istanbul Imperial Palace going through. This just got buffed. You get an extra Vizier point now. You get 4 extra points. Dragon Pavilion is the normie. 2 TC as well. Are we going to have time for this game? Before we watch Germany... Oh, you're right. Watching Germany Team 2. Well, we will if B's available after this. If he's not, we'll have to do Vortex. His cat has been AWOL for like half an hour. So priority is B cat, but fallback will be Vortex. Because otherwise you get everyone saying this isn't 2v2. Guys could spam something nice like, hey KP, you look great today. Instead it's just this isn't 2v2. Compliment doesn't cost you anything. Actually, that's not true. You have to type it out, so it does cost you carpal tunnel. You look great at it. God damn it. Look, if I was German and I'd said that with the accent, you'd be able to get away with getting gray from great. But, like, really? Also, Gully, we've all seen a picture of you now. At least I can grow a beard. Moving into the base. Nuggify with a lot of archers. Starflock. Everything he has gets counted by archers. Oh, no. He defended once before when I made that statement. Maybe he'll do it again. Dragon Billion Summons come out. He pulled the Janissaries too. Presumably he's picking up relics behind this. Yep. One relic on the way home for Starflark. Second one for Nugify. Movement underneath the TC here. Needs to be careful the time when there's Mooka defenders coming out again. Case in point. What is Starflark waiting for? What does he really need? Okay, that's interesting. He's going for the Quartered Armor. So that's the one that negates a lot of the bonus damage against you. So like spears will do half damage against your tribesman. Makes you an actual archer again, kind of. If the 2v2, yeah, we'll get to that. Chill. We'll literally have to wait for this game to finish. And I think it's close to finished. The numbers are just kind of crazy. Ranged armor 2 also on the way. He's just been camping here the whole time. So much cav, actually. 7 knights, 9 Sipahi. Starflark leading spears. Does bait him towards the second TC. Will be a reset. Backstab comes out from the Mooka defenders again. Now the engage. Moho tribesman just trying to clear out the spears. Could be going for the Janissaries too if he can just target fire them down. The Archer backline is really the thing we're focusing on for Nugify. Backstab though, the Horseman wave! He insta-spawns them! The 8 from downtown! Starflark is an absolute madman! Are you kidding me right now? He's meant to be dead. The 8 Horseman backstab, that's an insta-spawn. That is one of the best uses I've seen of Grassland so far. Guys, Grassland is actually not a meme. That was insane. However, even with that, freaking Ottomans still wipe out the entire army. He just can't catch a break. He can't catch a cold at this point. It's appropriate, because Starflark is getting frozen out of this one. He's out of food, right? Yep. Last of the berries to be gathered over there. He has got pockets here. A castle drop is on the way. Guys, I've got a 2v2 series to get to. Can you hurry up? That's fine. They're in like 3 minutes. It's annoying to kill Jin. Yeah, this is the problem with the Dragon Pavilion. I don't like its design for a simple reason. This is literally Tuklak in a different skin. This is Chinese Tuklak, guys. Because remember Tuklak, the double castle build? The solution to that is you're meant to go Castle Age and build trebuchets to kill them. Same thing here. Nugify, like any other Civ, that dive probably kills them. But because of the free units that keep spawning, the best way to address this is to slow down, build a trebuchet, blow them up. Nugify has no slowdown. He's going to speed up a lot, actually. It looks like he's prepping for Imperial. Will we get a late game now? I think so. When I have a tournament to... This is a thing. Some people want the 2v2. If I leave right now, more people are going to come. Wait, he is actually stonewalling up. Okay. I wasn't really expecting stonewalls like this. Pretty expensive. Starflark practically just spearmen at the stage. If they headbutt, Starflark's army gets wiped. Nugify doesn't want to headbutt though. He wants it dead. Game's not going to end? Are you kidding me? Look what he's about to do. It's going to end. Ottoman Imperial Age with Istanbul is pretty big. Also, what did he do with all those Vizier points? I'm curious now. So he got Pax Ottomana, hence why he's so far ahead again. Advanced academies. He got the extra military campus. He even got extensive fortifications. Not really sure that one's worth it, to be honest with you. Yeah, and next I assume you go for Siege Cruise. Unless you want a 2-hour game, in which case you can get the trade bags. I was about to say, and now he'll build Seagate. Nah, it's not going to be Seagate. It's going to be Istanbul. The observatory's now on the way. More stone being gathered up. Starflark switching into Nest of Bees is pretty smart here. If it wasn't for the fact that your opponent is literally going Imperial as we speak. It's kind of the problem. It's a good thing to kill. Sorry, I'm whispering so he doesn't notice that he's just broken through the wall. Wall him in. Wall him in. Middle finger him as you die. Not for nothing, though. 2 donkeys in there going down. And he can now turn this into a kill box. He's got the spears on the way. Wait. Oh, no, no, he didn't... All right, no kill box. That's 0 kill box. Okay, so Starflark is showing no signs of getting to the next stage. I mean, how do you here? You don't have mass farms. Just spamming castles, dude. Like, I get it. You don't want to lose the game, but is he getting Muka defenders in them? No. I would have assumed he'd be spamming the 3 units out of these. I wonder if Rain of Fire is worth getting here. Has anyone tested whether Rain of Fire actually pays off well? It's the one that allows you to get Grenadiers throwing from your keeps and stone wall towers. Find the flank. Honestly, guys, I'm not really sure how Starflark wins a fight outside of Nugify diving castles nonstop. Because, like, the problem right now is the Nestor Bees are threatening, but them getting revealed will just lead to Nugify going for Great Bombard, right? So Starflark needs to get to Imperial. They're mounted Grens? No, this is the this is just like a support thing. See right there, the Rain of Fire. Gain a grenade attack against nearby units to deal explosive damage. Or do you mean he needs to go imp and get Grenadiers? Don't Grenadiers just die to Janissaries? What's below that? Flying Fire Battalions. So, reinforces the Menken Muka system to face incoming threats. Defenders are now supported by mounted Grenadiers. The available number of defenders is increased by 10! Pretty strong. But you need imp for it. Ah, that's what you're referring to. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I was talking about the one that lets castles and towers, or wall towers rather, throw little grenades at people. I need to double check whether that provides a debuff though. If it doesn't provide a debuff, I don't think it's good. Okay, Great Bombard, now wheeling and dealing. Second one's already queued up. Starflark, oh man, he's only now teching. Pagoda's on the way. Yeah, by the time they'll be ready in him, double castle and TC might be gone. Dive, prepare crew here. Nugify might want to consider snorkel diving a bit deeper. Then again, you know what's better? Ego challenge. Burn, baby, burn, I guess. Castle drop of his own. He's got Sacred Site control, which can speed this up a bit. And Archer's thrown away. Nugify doesn't want them anymore. Be a reindeer trade angle. What, the walls at the back? Yeah, he hasn't done it. 2v2 is happening. Yeah, we're switching over that momentarily. Cool. Thank you, thank you. But we had to see this one through after the insane backstab from Jin to stay alive. Can they do it even further? He's in lobby. Pog, that's the one we wanted. Oh, he's going Zanma. Zanma's actually really good here. Now that I see it, I think about it. Because it destroys Sipahi and Janissaries can't kill him straight away. Nugify is spamming knights though. 3 Great Bombards already. He needs them for the Nestor Bees. Sacred Site control is maintained here. Fully secure? Yeah, he's got flank secures. This is the only one that's a little bit risky because it's not near a castle, but it's close enough to the army. Great Bombards. That's a freebie. Line them up, boys. Wait, what are you doing? Even the knights get to touch. Gets the shot out. SCB's turn for the hits. Janissaries in a bit of a panic here. Where's the target fire? Nugify, he's not going after the Nestor Bees. He's just A-clicking. Switch his target now. But the cost is already high. Look at the bodies hitting the floor. A lot from both sides, but, you know, the Janissary line now exposed. Spearman charging in. Crossbow support too. A few more knights are now on the way. Nugify maintain the lead, though. He's got a reblow after this, and it's just an immediate GG. He can't break through. Guys, the problem is when you play Jin, you need 40 more minutes, and then you're real civ. Maybe. Probably not. All right. Nagafai is far too base. I mean, in fairness to him, it is Ottomans. But yeah, now he played very well. All right, guys. So we are going to be checking in on B. He's getting in lobby now. Hog. Apologies for the delays. I think lesson here is like it's probably better to have a rolling schedule than like a fixed schedule. I think Carlo's just trying to be very accommodating to everyone. Because when you have rolling schedule, you know, you keep on pumping. Like, that's the way that most tournament organizers will do it, because the alternative is kind of hell. Like, could you imagine having to, like, go into a 2-hour break for the next series of something? I don't want to think of it. Damn, AV2's rocking, by the way. Is that, like, I think it's got about 12 or 13,000 people in the directory right now. Sorry, 16,000. 16,500. Grubby with 4.5k, Hera with 5k, Sing Sing with 2.3, T90 with 1.6. Oh, and Wagger's also been invited as well. Interesting. So he did get multiple Dota 2 people. And then they've got Follow Death Note, which I think was on the Warcraft coaches. Yeah, they got a lot of different people. Well played, Hera, man. That's really what you want to see. Like when you talk of the lead content creators in the scene, like that's how you give back and grow it, right? And it's funny because like doing that is self-beneficial, because if the scene grows, you grow as well. But like if you got the power, swing it. That's why I also love what Grubby's been doing with Warcraft 3. Like he's big enough and well known enough to do those type of events and help his scene flourish because of it. Seen Kazva playing AV4 the other day. Well, he signed up. He actually signed up for the qualifiers for the EGC, but then he didn't play. I was so gutted. I was excited to see Special K back in action. Oh, where's the music? Dante's in Tyler 1 game in Warcraft 3. Yeah, I caught some of Yamato's games. He was doing pretty damn well. But like, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Dota 2 players do very well in AoE 2. Because Dota 2 is the thinking man's MOBA. I'm not saying that to insult League of Legends people. Like, yes, there's very smart people in LoL and Deadlock, whatever. But, you know, like the way that Dota 2 has been designed compared to other MOBAs, it is so strategically deep on all the little paths and rungs. You get to the point where, like, you can have a captain who's pretty washed in his ability to play the game, but because of his ability to read the game, he'll still be a tier 1 captain. It's very unique in that regard. But because of that strategic mindset, I think those Dota 2 players will do very, very well. Sing Sing in particular. Like, Sing Sing Grubby Grand Finals, question mark? Alright, are they starting now or what? I'm gonna message B and check. I'll get a confirmation. If he's not ready, we'll switch through into game 2 of Vortex Lucy. In before the like, no, we're waiting until after this game. I guess we could just hop in Vortex Lucy. I've got a feeling they might be holding back Beast set until after. Atriox sweeps. Oh, wait, no. Scrap this one. Beast set is starting. He just said yeah. Sengoku Mali vs Otto Byzantines. Oof. I think you have to play Hippodrome as Biz here, right? Oh, actually, no, not on this map. Your front player, you can just kind of death push. So that's not the one we're doing, by the way, guys. We're doing this one. B. Oh, for God's sake. He just told... Okay, scrap that. Sorry. The whiplash of going back and forth for this. We're going to check the Luciferon one because apparently right now at the moment, one of the players is AFK in the other lobby. Why do I feel like it's just straight up meat, aggro meat grinder down the gut? What, like this map, this matchup? It should be. All right, let's find out. Let's get ready to go. Alrighty. In we go. 2v2 tournament, and we're checking in on two of the very best at those team tournaments. It's none other than Vortex and Luciferon. Team L'Espagnol going up against Homs, Senpai, and Tiger. Russian team number 2. Tiger in the green is going to have the Ottomans. His teammate, Homs, is in the red as the Byzantines. They are going to be up against Luciferon in the yellow on Sengoku and Vortex on orange Mali. Yeah, this is an interesting combo, actually, because usually on this type of map, with the Designer Gorge, you get this linear formation with your team lineup. It's good to have cavalry at the back and then infantry at the front. It kind of worked out the other way around here, though. Like, I'd assume Vortex is meant to be building speared javelins, and then it was going to be Yari cavalry from Luciferon. On this side, however, very cozy. You can go for the Limitane jabs or Limitane plus bows. And then behind that, Ottomans can support Sipahi. The tricky part for Byzantine here, though, is probably don't want to have to go javelins when you're playing against Mali. Because Malians will have a lot more javelins than you ever can. So I wonder if they try to play a more defensive strat, where they just try to utilize Lombos and camp for a tech with Raj. Otto and Biz together is crazy stuff historically. Nah, dude, just vassal state stuff. Vassal state stuff. Back before Rome. I'm wondering. Oh, they're doing the combo! Guys, this is sick. I haven't seen this in 2 years. You drop the Minaret Madrasa on the Grand Winery because you can gather the berries as the Byzantines and get more olive oil. That's sick. I haven't seen this in a long, long time. Last time I saw this, I think it was Crackety and Baltoon doing it as practice. But it didn't work out. Mainly the map. I think they were playing Lipany and they were really far apart. But here, pretty cool idea. Other side is going to be Mansa plus Coca Township. I agree with this. Like, Coca Township, I think, beats Ryokan when you're in kind of a headbutt fight here, just because when there's two big armies, lots of bulk forces, the grenade throws are going to go a long way, because you should be able to cripple a lot of troops at the same time. We'll just stick the 2x speed. We're like a minute out from live here. Armies haven't really begun to produce. Also, Sengoku's kind of nuts on team maps, right? Because of the amount of food that spawns out, you can get easy yatais, and it's very hard to find them and stop them. Like, the ball count alone makes Sengoku very good on team maps. Because it's 4 ball, right? 4 ball means you can cap out with ease. No French? Yeah, I think for this map, it does make sense, though. If this was 3v3, French comes back in the picture because the back player is so far away. So you need that healing on the go. But on a smaller map, a 2v2 size, you can get away with not having it. Does Daimyo Aura affect teammates? It shouldn't. Attack speed auras typically do not impact allies. For example, English outposts don't affect them. But we'll have to see. I would assume not. It would make Daimyos completely broken in team play. Which AO2 numbers we're playing before this game is so much more aesthetically pleasing, more skill expression. That I'm not going to get baited into an argument over AO2 and AO4. I think the skill expression thing is unfair to AO2 and Power. Aesthetic is also in the eye of the beholder. Like, I actually think most broadcast styles zoomed out like this does not do any of the aesthetics of AoE4 justice. It actually makes it look like crap. Also, I just realized we've been in the wrong scene the whole time. Apologies. Let me... There we go. Like, you know, zoomed out here, can't see a thing. Zoomed in here, you can actually appreciate the beauty of the game. Okay, so Sipahi spam, and it was Lombos in the end from red. Tech up on the way. This is ballsy. Guys, Luciferon is the front player. Front players usually don't want to do this. It's very risky. Because when the attack comes in, because you teched, front player takes the hit. front player is the casting player. But what could be cool here is if he preps racks. Nah, he's just going Mount Samurai. I was going to say, someone like Foot Samurai just to stabilize against a push would be pretty cool. But I guess he just wants Mount Samurai to mirror the moves. Oh, man, sorry. Let me get the point update because this is game number 2. Best of 3. They're already on match point. Like there was ever any doubt. First Daimyo strikes in. Rotate around the back. Donzo's already waiting to receive. I do like this approach of the Malian player staying put, because Malis have a premium feudal army. Javelin's premium, Donzo's premium. So of the two, it makes sense because Sengoku's the other end of the spectrum. The Yari cavalry are right, but Yumi are not premium at all. And they don't really tend to lean into buffing their spears either. Would your Tai counter the Spy, or is it better to go... Oh, Yari counter them. It's better to go Mount Samurai. Why would you build a light cav instead of a heavy cav? The eternal question of Age of Empires. Like, you get... Here's the problem with Yari. You get +2 damage, but Sapahi are already very stocky. Hit very hard. And more of them will be able to attack due to the extra range. I just wouldn't really bank on Yari there against Sapahi. Especially when you add in things like the meta detail. Then you're fighting an uphill battle. Okay, so tech up should be coming from Tiger soon. Ooh. Mehmed, or are we going to go for the Istanbul? We already saw one Istanbul game today on the ladder. Pretty cool concept for getting all those points together. I wonder if he'll just play it safe, though. Mehmed does make a lot of sense. Because the way this map plays is usually quite linear. Like, you'll have flank raids with Cav, but the infantry players just always run at the other base. So having siege is invaluable in those situations. Now Samurai slipping to the back here. Nicely played. Catches him before the outpost goes up, and it looks like a lack of wheelbarrow from Homs. Tiger. He's at least got the runaway speed there. Doesn't need to use those spears, scare him off. But forces more idle. Catches him again. Damn, nice little raids coming through. And Tiger, yeah, it didn't go extensive fortification, so it's not that scary to dive. So out of time force, tech up now begins. He's giving me Mohamed. Behind this, Vortex walling. Guys, remember, Vortex is like the most aggressive player in this tournament. And he's the one on wall duty. It's just understandable given the roles, though. Good job. He did sneak out into the corner for the 8k golds. Even 5% more speed for Cav is stupid. Yeah, because the speed is already so high that 5% still registers quite nicely. Nicely intercept there. Keeps the walls open. Vortex going to get caught trying to build up more archer ranges here. He's more Donzos. He's marching them back into the base now. Also, defend the flag. It's the name of the tournament. I got baited too. I saw defend the flag. I was like, oh, nice. We've got like a custom game mode where flags all spawn around the map. You have to capture them, or King of the Hill, something like that. Now I really want that. So tech up's coming through from Vortex now. Homs is the lonely little Greek. Sucking on an olive, ignored all throughout the day right now. He's got a lot of spears and lombos, but he hasn't scaled up yet. And this Grand Fulani, is it full? It is indeed. Vortex is stacked on Cal. Yeah, so real man economy. Do we have Relic Gathering? Tiger should have been able to start picking them up by now. Haven't seen the same behavior coming out of Lucifron yet, though. Oh, Summon of the Ninjas here. Looks like he didn't quite catch him, so Sapahi break away just in time. Grenade throw. Ooh, that slowed. That slowed. He got the movement speed slow. So Mount Samurai can catch up. Disengages quick enough there. There wasn't a stagger. Lucifron, like, if you want to keep slowing, you need to be throwing grenade after grenade. It can't be all of them at the same time, or only one. On release, there was a game mode like that. What, where you capture something on the map and then it disappears and appears someone else? Interesting. Well, it would have been a mod, right? Not game mode. Well, you know what I mean. It wasn't an official game mode. So probably what happened is that they updated the game and it broke the mod, and then the guy was like, I can't be asked to figure out these mod tools because they're horrible, so I'm just not going to update it. This is a lot of people building one ramp. The chosen one! Lighted with flames. Mode by the devs? Yeah, but it was a mod, is my point, right? So they probably weren't updating it. Alright, Army's going to start marching in. Start to burn down onto the Takeda estates. The chosen fire ram has indeed arrived. And the chosen one has a brother! All hail the flames! The flame god is good. So many spear bows. Red still isn't teching, by the way. That's crazy. Wait, is he going to go into his base? Lucifron, he's rotating. He's like, Ego Charles, he says, okay, which one can work faster? Mounted Samurai or slow red death push? Starts to pull the army back, and that baits them away. So, Kira Siphons are going to get denied. Mounted Samurai can peel away. Great little 1-2 step there from Lucifron to relieve any pressure that they were feeling. Vortex. Now starting to prep the sofas. Someone needs to deal with the spears, though. It's a bit weird. You'd normally think Springolds at this point, there's 51 spears. Because there's 28 Lombos, it's very dangerous to just trust in Springolds. Foot Samurai? Ah, he's not good. A 2v2 map, no one's thinking, I'm going to build Samurai on foot for Sengoku, right? It just sounds so slow. Doesn't seem either side has tried to get relics. Not true. Homs did. Some of the relics from north side are missing. There you go. More coming now. He was a little bit slow getting out, but he has been going. He's the only player. Yeah, he just needs to build a mosque. He's got 2 sitting here, third one coming in now. Homs, Golden Horn Tower, it's on the way. They ain't gonna let him have it for free. Bait the Limitane forward. These are vetted archers, remember, so they clear fast. Baits a few more troops forward. Tiger goes in first, weirdly enough. And the villagers? Tiger, wait, why are there villagers here? Wait, what? There's 5 workers on the front line. Not for long, anyway. Push comes in. Matt Samurai trying to brute force through. Spreads the line. Good DPS to try and clear here. Limitane still not upgraded for Homs, remember. Castle Age has arrived, but now, what's the line going to look like? Spimmin count might just disappear by the time he vets them. Lombos are still firing, but Spimmin count has been cut down from 50 to just 15. 20 Mounted Samurai left standing. The death push ready to begin. However, Tiger comes in at the very end with the supply to reset things. The problem is, there's way too much cavalry. There's simply too much cavalry cutting him down still. This is wave 1, right? I think there's a second wave of Mounted Samurai to come from Lucifron. And the resistance is basically Lombos. They have been vetted now. The Mounted Samurai have 6 ranged armor. They are not easy to slay. Mango has at least gotten value throughout the fight. But game looks over. Yeah, let me check the food income because I've got a bad feeling. Whew. Okay, Lucifron is a bit crippled right now. He's down to 500 food income. But I'm expecting Hom's number to go down aggressively in the coming minute. Double wall ult to buy some time. Okay, they just throw it in. They wave the white flag. GG gets called 2-0 for the Spanish Pro. And I believe we should now have a B Cat team ready to play. Because we've got what? B Cat. And then it would be a big jump. Anatan Scatterbrain versus Chuck Francis Elyon is quite late. We'll see, though. Actually, it's not that late. I think it's like an hour from now. I'm not sure. It depends on the time zones being used. Are they ready to go? Let's find out. I'm hoping they're ready to go. Oh, by the way, any Dynasty Warriors fans? It's looking like Remaster might be here soon. Because they just dropped a rating for it. Usually those ratings get dropped publicly just before launches. So Dynasty Warriors Free Remaster might be dropping in the next few weeks. Finally. Going back to my childhood. Glad you're back. Did Asmongold do this? No. Asmon hasn't really talked on that thing since it happened, as far as I know. Back, but thinking about the next chapter. Let me double check. Lubu for the win? Ah, you're one of those. I was too as a kid. Once upon a time. Oh, is there another Border Conquest tournament? June 6th. They're doing it on a Saturday. Really? It's a bit of a weird time. From Deep Shine. Okay. Like Sunsa. Sunsa is awesome, dude. Like. So here's the problem. Wu is kind of whiny crybabyism in the second half of the story. And it's sad, because if my boy Sun Ce had survived, they would have by far been the coolest kingdom. Like, Wei is obviously evil mustachio man, and Shu is just basically awesome generals surrounding a really annoying leader. I think I lean Shu mainly because of all the cool supporting generals. My first playthrough of Origins, I actually done Wei for a change. Would you switch from AoE 4 to 5? Yeah, I'd have a look at AoE 5 for sure. I mean, you'd be an idiot not to. I'm not one of these people like, oh, it's not my Age of Empires. New one? Right? Like, the Olden Era came out and I gave it a try. And it's good. So I play Olden Era now. Right? Like, you know, it's fine to move on to the next chapter. That's fine. But obviously it needs to be a good game. So, comes down to whether Age of Empires 5 is a new game. But, you know, that game could easily be 10 years away. H3's OP again? Why? What's happened? When do you expect AoE 5? I'm not expecting it anytime too soon. The higher up executives will see AoE 4 as a failed project. Because although it makes a little bit of money off the DLCs, for what they invested in the launch and for how far it fell, they're probably hesitant to gamble the house again. Or rather, gamble, you know, the garage, in Microsoft's case. Because it didn't prove to be worth it. And the thing you have to remember is that RTS is a niche. So, like, for Age of Empires 5 to really start being thought about, I think, honestly, what Microsoft will probably just end up doing is sitting there twiddling their thumbs and waiting for someone else to figure out RTSs, you know? Figure out the next step. The good news on that front, by the way, is that David Kim is at it again. I've heard rumors that he secured support and funding to go and make another RTS after the Battle Aces got cancelled. And honestly, I think Battle Aces was a step in the right direction. Like, Battle Aces is actually what RTS needed. Some people don't want to hear that because they like building their bases, but like Battle Aces fixed a lot of the core problems with getting people to even start playing RTSs. Once again, I don't think it's the end answer. Like I believe Heroes of the Storm is a fantastic game, but if you are 7 years into your MOBA journey, no, it isn't. Right? I think Battle Aces would have functioned the same way. Whoa, Johan. Whoa. H3 and qualify 1-5-0, qualify 2-3-0. Situational pick maybe, though? Dawn of War 4 in September? Hell yeah. I don't know, man. I've been trying to not expect much of it, but like, you know, the longer you go, and it's like, now it's building that hype expectation. So B, we're still waiting on the series, dude. I think they're gonna have to work on that with this. There's a lot of delays between games. But I think the B one begins in 5 minutes, so it shouldn't be too long of a wait. Battle Aces was fun, but I don't see myself playing it more than a month. That's because they only had one map. Imagine if they added in 7 different maps. Imagine if the maps had different mutators on them, objectives to play around, that actually added spice and depth and difference. And then gradually you add in new units as well. All of a sudden, it's a different discussion, isn't it? Right? Battle Aces was the General 2 of our 2020 era. Generals 2 would still be played among played RTS. I never really got into Generals 2. I played Command & Conquer Generals, and it was okay. I still maintain Red Alert 2 was a better game, though. The only thing I'd go back and change about Red Alert 2 is, like, I would say, to a certain degree, the openings felt a bit linear. Like, Red Alert 2's weakness is such a great game, but its weakness is it doesn't have the same divergence of game strats that, like, games like Warcraft 3 at the time had. Hence why it never really held a humongous audience over the years. Played a lot of Wait, was Generals 2 the one that John Van Canningen was working on? Was that different? I think that's a different Command & Conquer, right? Tiberian Sun? Tiberian Sun was pretty cool. I'll always remember Tiberian Sun for the disc thrower exploit. You guys know that one? I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. It was hilarious. So there was a hilarious bug. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. The way it worked is with disc throwers in Tiberian Sun, you could... So they don't know, the disc throwers, they frisbeed explosive discs, and they would bounce before exploding. But what you could do in Qualifier games, you always been able to attack ground. And what you could do is you could use slopes to bounce the disc further. And there was a map. I can't remember the map, but the way it worked is there was a cliff that you could disc throw off of. And if you got the angle right, the disc would land in your opponent's base. So you can already see where this is going. This was the PvP map, by the way. So you just bounce discs into the base. You artillery moded them out of the game. Like graphic of RTS. Oh, so let's have a look. Well, let me close the game for a sec, because we're not in game. We're not missing a game right now because B's not in lobby. Dude, you know what I'm butthurt about? Did you guys see the next Supreme Commander game that was being made? Was it Kings and Castles, I think it was called? Okay. You know this, like, graphically, it kind of reminds me, like, it does remind me of Generals again, but it also reminds me of, do you guys ever play Act of War? I love this game. Act of War was good. What's going on? Load. This game was awesome. These guys actually still exist. Eugene Systems. They made Ruse, and they made... I've forgotten the name of the games after. Really popular ones. The ones where it's like very, very big maps, and you spawn in a select number of units, and you go and fight people. Do you know Company Heroes 3? Yeah, I played a little bit of it. Like, Company Heroes was always best in Company Heroes 1. But... Let me see if I can find this. Supreme Commander... Kings and Castles. I think it was Kings and Castles. Yeah, it is. By the way, reminder, guys, we are working with Opera GX this month, so if you want to do something free to support the channel, go download Opera GX and check it out. It's an awesome browser. We use it all the time. You can see us using it right here in this sexy dark mode with anime theme skins. It also does have a mod that will basically improve the quality of videos, apparently, when you're watching it. So, go for it. Kings and Castles, Chris Taylor. So this guy was basically making Supreme Commander medieval. But this game will never be seen. Actually, I think he's working on something now, but I think it's a sci-fi game again. This game will never be seen. You'll never see ginormous pigs with castles on their back because... I'm going to try and remember to get this right because I always get them mixed up. I think it's the World of Tanks devs bought them. It was either War Thunder or World of Tanks. I think it's Gaijin. Gaijin bought them. He bought his studio, and then they put him to work on a new project, and then they canceled the project, so it got canned. Look at the... Are you telling me you wouldn't play this? A giant-ass boar? This is built for Age of Empires 4 people. Think of how deeply you've been scarred by boars. You could be scarred by this. I didn't know I needed this. He also had like the whole air blimp thing, so you could transport units like Warcraft freestyle as well. And yes, giant statue man. I'm heartbroken this didn't get made. I wanted it so badly, man. Yeah, this honestly, like, people talk about some of the greatest designers and developers of all time. I honestly am shocked that Chris Taylor's name doesn't come up more. Chris Taylor, the creator of Total Annihilation and Supreme Commander, and Dungeon Siege, right? So he's got some flex between genres. But like, if you're a lover of RTSs, this is actually like this is. I think this is one of the underrated RTS royalties. You know, people name the ones like David Kim and Campbell, like yeah, blah blah blah. But this guy doesn't get enough credit because Supreme Commander. Problem with that game, it was way too far ahead of its time technologically. Total Annihilation, design-wise, was ahead of its time. They were doing things with Total Annihilation from a design standpoint for RTSs that didn't start being done by other devs until like Warcraft 3 and beyond. And they made Total Annihilation in 1997. Go at game. If you played Beyond All Reason, you're basically familiar with Total Annihilation. How many spears? More. Download more spears. Rick Goodman was your inspiration. Was that one? That name sounds familiar. He wasn't the main guy, was he? Oh, Stainless Steel Studios. Yeah. I played some Empire Earth. The funny thing is I actually had a lot more time in the later games. So I played a decent chunk of Empire's Dawn of the Modern World, which is basically Age of Empires from the medieval time to World War II. And then Rise and Fall, which was a very interesting game. Rise and Fall, the whole idea, if those didn't know, it was third-person action meets RTS. You'd build your base, you build everything, and you'd have a hero unit that you could temporarily go down and take control of, and then you go full third-person mode like you're playing Dynasty Warriors. Very unique. I think there's been some more games that have tried it since then, but this was super unique because that was back in 2006. Sadly, the game never really became what it should have been because Stainless Steel Studios got thrown around and purchased by different publishers, and the funding kept getting cut and the delivery window got shortened, so they ended up releasing a half-baked game of Rise and Fall. And that ended up being the death of Stainless Steel Studios, the guys who made Empire Earth 1. Yeah, Stainless Steel Studios is still one of the most depressing studios in RTS history now that I think about it. Is there a more catastrophic example of like an RTS studio going flop? Well, I guess actually Westwood, the way Westwood ended was really depressing. It was when RTS were dying in general. Yeah, but I think the weird part is they made Empire Earth, which for a lot of people, Empire Earth was their golden standard. It wasn't for me, but I respect a lot of people saw it that way. But then to go on to flop project after flop project, because if I remember correctly, both Empire's Dawn of the Modern World, which was Activision, and then Rise and Fall, which was Midway, both of them had extreme budget cuts and changed delivery windows. Everything just kept getting warped on them. I remember I watched a video on this, went into it was documentary style, and explained it all. The devs basically got screwed every time for 2 projects straight by 2 different major publishers. That's what makes it kind of heartbreaking. All right, where's our next series? You know what's gonna happen here, chat? I'm gonna like open up a pub game, then everyone's gonna ask for the 2v2s again, and then it'll happen. I mean, at this rate, we'll have the other series, which is where was it? Hold on a sec. Let me close the game and show the thing. Because I think the other series could start soon at this rate. Yeah, the Anatan Scatterbrain versus Chuck Francis Eliona. I think that's in 45 minutes. But this is so stupidly late. Funfmal and Baxter versus Cat B was meant to start 2 hours ago? I'm gonna go gray waiting for it. Yeah, I don't think there's any other RTSs coming this year other than Dawn of War, right? Dawn of War is on a mission on its own to be the savior. Honestly, like, I have been impressed by what I've seen. It looks substantially better than what I was expecting. Because, like, when I heard the developer were the ones that made Iron Harvest, I was like, Iron Harvest was an okay RTS, but it wasn't memorable in any way. Even with the unique art style they went, like, you know, the like steampunky style they went with, it just didn't have a lasting effect. But with what I've seen so far of Dawn of War 4, they might be cooking. Zero Space is releasing this. Oh, is it finally coming out? 20th of July. Actually, that's really close. Yeah. How do you guys feel about Zero Space? My instincts with Zero Space, it was intriguing, but there was also elements of it where it was like, I'm trying to think of a way that doesn't make it sound overall negative, because it is intriguing. But it kind of felt like at times when I would watch it, it was like watching a blurry StarCraft. I think graphically the changes more recently, though, are making it more like StarCraft and Supreme Commander had a baby a bit. So yeah, this is Zero Space. Oh, are they gonna have a giant, like a giant universe map to conquest across? That's pretty cool. So, like, basically, they have some interesting twists in there over like StarCraft standard. You know, you have these very unique civs, so asymmetrical like StarCraft, but they have a mercenary system, I remember. So you can summon unique mercenaries and I think hero units, if I remember correctly. So I think the idea is they were kind of trying to marry Warcraft and StarCraft into each other a bit. Right? I think that was their primary goal with this one. Yeah, it's a cool looking game. I think it will do okay. I'm not expecting it to do crazy good. I don't know. If they have an insanely good campaign, maybe. But I think they need that. Otherwise, this will lure in some StarCraft 2 aholics, but that'll probably be it. Whereas I think Dawn of War 4, the widespread known of Warhammer will give it an allure to attract a big audience initially. Then it comes down to whether they can hold it. Like Dawn of War 4, actually, with a conquest mode, like global conquest mode, that would be sick to see. Because remember, the thing you have to realize about the brand here, a lot of people are going to see this, and their instant thought is Total War Warhammer. And a lot of people play Total War Warhammer. So I think there's going to be a huge amount of people that will give it a try based on that alone before you talk about Dawn of War's history and RTSs, etc., right? So that's what I think gives this an interesting springboard point. And also, Warhammer stocks are on the rise, right? Like, Warhammer's been delivering some awesome games recently. Space Marines 2, need I say more? And then there's obviously the upcoming TV series. I think that's still in the works on Amazon. Bring back Spores. I never completed Spores, now that I think about it. God damn it. Why did I never finish Spores? I played pretty deep, which is why I probably can't be asked to play again. No one ever remade? I mean, some things are good not to be remade. I think everything looking janky ass in Spores from a 3D modeling standpoint is what keeps its charm, you know? One was doing a collab of Helldivers 2. Interesting. Interesting considering that like Warhammer Space Marines is meant to be doing like a Helldivers style approach now, right? Check Zero Space latest trailer. The new faction rework is really amazing. Okay. One sec. You know what disappointed me actually last year? Frostpunk 2. I don't know if that's gotten any better. Is it this one? Is this the new trailer? Oh, wait, one sec. Sorry, guys. You can't hear this. You should be able to hear this. What?
Secure planet Virelis quickly and decisively. The entire war front depends on it. Master, I don't need to remind you how important this mission is. Begin your assault drop now.
Okay, we got to stop with the still picture in the garage. The still picture in the garage is letting you down. I actually like that they've just gone for like in-game rendering and they haven't tried a cringe trailer. It's more genuine, even if it doesn't look as good. I don't think the music choice has worked out though. It's not selling me on this. So yeah, Zerg versus Karen Hook. Oh wait, is that wait, was that a nuke sign? Is the big Gundam guy gonna blow up?
Most important to you,
wait, they've got Gundam Jedi? Guys, there's a Gundam right here, ready? Yeah, the shoulder pads are freaking huge. Where's Gundam Jedi? Give me Gundam Jedi again. Bring him back. No, don't take a million. What's up with Steam? Cool. Notices the boobo. Yep, okay, there we go.
What is most important to you?
Gundam sabers.
Go to hell.
Yeah!
The tide
Nukes.
has turned. We've always been the
That's what we've been missing in
mankind,
AoE4, guys.
But now, we're the shield. We cannot fail again.
The graphic style is a bit odd, though, on close-up, right? There's a lot of smoothing going on here. So, I mean, I couldn't put my finger on it when I first played Zero Space. There's something about the graphic style that... there are moments where it, like, works and doesn't. It reminds me of, like, the lighting in Crimson Desert, actually, with that. Yeah, we'll have to get that spin. I think I got given an invite, actually, to check it out. I'll have to go have a look for that again. AoE4 Treb Nuke? Dude, is that the buff you wanted for Knights Templar? They never gave it. You've been waiting all along. Alright, please tell me our set is ready. Because I'm going old. Waiting. Bro, I just... What is happening with the B set? We've been waiting so long now. AoE5 announcement at this year's Xbox Game Show. You're a funny one. He's funny. They didn't know the time difference and came late and in 70 minutes. Farmform was generous to postpone the game to tomorrow. So B and Cat were late. So guys, B Cat versus Farmform Bexter is tomorrow. All Russians got bait by time zone. Yeah. Might have been worth having time zone localization on the website. There's huge rumors, isn't it? No, because of the whole Unreal Engine stuff. I don't know, though. I'm not sure. I wouldn't mind it. I think fundamentally, AoE4's game engine just holds it back from going much further. I don't know, people don't want to hear that, but, like, seriously. Take it, like, I think there's a lot of people that, with AoE4, it's their first RTS, so they haven't had this experience. But a lot of the game engines I've experienced, and there's probably really cool things AoE4 can do with that engine. But some of the core things, like just input, feel, turn rates, things like that, are just bad. And I grew up on RTSs, and I had RTS experiences in early 2000s that were more crisp for that. That's not a good sign. Because the sad part is, like, if they just actually had a way of fixing the input delay in AoE4, you get so many of the hardcore RTS players playing the game. It's actually crazy. That's the biggest point of recurring feedback I've heard from, for example, StarCraft 2 players on why they just can't. I think a lot is not possible to fix. No, because the thing you have to realize is that it's engine level, and when it comes to engine level changes, you have to go out, strip it all, build it up again. It's why I always laugh when people say this game would be good if they just added multiplayer. Why don't they just add multiplayer? To add, so for those don't know, with most engines, the way that like networking is designed, the way you code is different, right? Some that are like skin level and the way you integrate, like a perfect example is Unity. When I used to use Unity, if you were to do a single player FPS, but then try to make it multiplayer, you'd have to go in and add all of these networking related command prompts. And different variables, right? And most engines are like that. Like, if you don't build it from the start with net coding, like that style of coding, you will have to go and do all that, right? And all these different things are like that, you know, the pathing solutions, the input system. Yeah. Improving tick rate will be big. I don't think it will be as big as people think. The thing you have to remember is that Age of Empires 4 is still designed in such a way that it is technically limited. Guys, I'm going to show you something. You might remember this specific map. It's been a while. There's a map that fully defines my point about technical limitations. Where is it? Someone probably already knows exactly which map I'm going to. It's the best example in AoE4 to make this point with. People remember this map? Let's go 6 players. Let's reveal the map. So, Hideout would borderline crash people's lobbies above 2v2 lobbies when it came. They would borderline crash their PCs because of the trees. The devs had to get creative. They had to hollow out Hideout, which actually made it a more interesting map for like the strategy down the line. But this used to be full, and if you were in a 3v3 lobby, even if you had a PC like mine, your frame rate would be like 30 or lower, right? This is an example of like the technical limitations. Is whatever they've done, the way they chose to do things and render foliage, etc., put a lot of strain, right? And that's like something that after all these years they still haven't really fixed. We still basically go through metas of like really bad iterations where I think I had it with Jin. Jin released, I was like, have they screwed up performance? Because I'm getting lag all the time again. And those things come and go, right? Like they'll tweak and adjust it again. But my point around that is like, that's an example of, okay, the problem's just trees and foliage, fix it, lol. No, because of the way that the engine renders trees, like you'd basically have to go in and strip it at the core and rebuild it. On the AOE4 engine, great. It's just limited for editor. Yeah, the editor's terrible as well. I don't think it's just that. Probably because the engine was made for Co. Exactly. I mean, my thing I say to this day with Age of Empires 4's development is I don't understand whoever rubber stamp approved a competing RTS developer to make their game with a blank check. Because let's be totally real, it's pretty obvious how that played out in the end. The development dragged for years because they were using the money to build an engine for their new games. And hey presto, AOE4 releases, then a little bit later Company Heroes 3 releases using the same engine, right? Doesn't take a rocket scientist to put 2 and 2 together. Doubt World's Edge can do a better AoE than Relic. The problem is, like, World's Edge isn't designed to be this major studio that's going to build something from the ground up, etc., right? Whereas Relic used to be. They're not now. Relic got haircut pretty hard after the private acquisition and everything, right? The Sega downsizing and the private acquisition. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, Relic is like half the size studio-wise that they were. Think Unreal Engine just better? Yes and no. I'm a little bit fatigued by Unreal Engine, and I don't think I'm alone in that. I think a lot of people are sick and tired of Unreal Engine because it's the default option for everything. So you get a lot of games just looking the same, right? Because people use like default assets and they use the same lighting solutions. It's a problem. That's why because I'm pretty sure, let me double check this. Was Clair Obscura made in Unreal Engine? Yeah, that's the interesting part to me. Clair Obscura was made in Unreal Engine. But I think they put a lot of emphasis on their own unique art assets, hence why it didn't feel so Unreal Engine-y. Chuck Francis and Elyona loading now. Pog. Okay, so they are starting a bit early. So Anatan, Scatterbrain versus Chuck Francis, Elyona. Good. Good. You know that Forgotten Empires are making DLCs for Stellaris? I didn't know about that. That's interesting. I'm not sure why Paradox would offload that as well. You'd assume their team is big enough to handle those projects. And yeah, the thing I'll say on the mods, like, so the mod system, and this is, by the way, the point at which a lot of the best modders the game had left, is the devs, for a long time, promised the mods access to something called the state tree. And the state tree is like, it is the spine of the game engine. If modders have access to that, they could do whatever. They could basically make an FPS in Age of Empires 4. That's how powerful the state tree is, the way it's been described. And for a long time, it kept getting promised that this would happen, that the state tree development access would be there for modders, and modders would be able to do these amazing things. Just stick with it. You guys, your patience will be rewarded. And then eventually the devs just stopped talking about it. I remember I talked to one dev, and he went, yeah, no, that would be crazy. Like, if we gave them state tree, they could do whatever they want. They could hack the game. We're not going to do that. It'd be compromising. I was like, well, there you go then. So we're not going to get that cool revitalization of modding support, and we're going to lose the few good modders we have. And hey presto, that's basically what started to happen. You know, after that stuff, we lost like 80% of the good modders in AoE 4. You need to build a lot on top 1 run to do RTS. Yeah, it depends on how you use it. If you're using blueprint systems, agreed. But if you're actually building from the ground up anyway, it's kind of different. Paradox develops 2 to 3 DLCs in parallel nowadays, 1 in-house and 2 free outsource. Yeah, I imagine Paradox handles Hearts of Iron related things and Europa related things. Actually, that's not true. Europa Universes 5 is developed by a different studio. That's a discussion for another day. I've heard stories about that. I don't know if Johan's around. Well, he's not going to share them, but let's just say there were concerns raised and flagged about EU5's design choices early on by a lot of people. I found this out after trying it myself. those that don't know, European vs. 5, the best way to describe it is like a game that could have so much potential but feels so empty right now. You played it? I played it too. You know, it's like, it's a sandbox, right? But like, it's got a lot of things in there that you just don't want to have to do, but you have to do. And it just doesn't have the flow, fluidity, or feeling, or, you know, enjoyment of your own narrative weave that European vs. 4 does. And that's sad. Wait. One and all, we had to hype this up. It's a Jin pick. We are here in a 2v2 tournament, and Anoshad is whipping out the Jin. They may be a trash sieve in 1v1, but Anatan is here to prove a point. That they're also a trash sieve in 2v2. So this here is the Defend Your Flag event. The whole idea is it's nations versus nations. We've got the Belarusian combo of Anatan in the yellow and Scatbrained, his teammate, in the green, playing as French. They're going to be playing against the two Frenchmen. Not Marine Lord, though. No, there was a height restriction on this event. He couldn't get past the entrance to the venue. Chuck Francis will be playing in the Power Pink as the English, and it is going to be Gentlemate's other Age of Empires 4 member. It is Elyona in the red as the French. Okay, are we just going to get boom from Jin? So there's two approaches usually when you see French picks like this. So one approach is that one player booms, the other one raids. And the other approach is that both players all in, but one player focuses on knights and the other one brings the infantry comp. You can see why I'm expecting 2TC, can't you? Because Jin doesn't have infantry comp to the point that even the villagers have donkeys. So full cav would be a pretty self-abusive thing, considering English spear spam is very easily doable. And we can already see what Chuck's thinking about, right? He's on the stone, he's got Abbey of King, so we are getting 2TC here. Let's see if Anatan does the same. Refuse to take Anatan seriously when he plays Jin? No, dude, it's a sieve. Look at the architecture. It's so pretty. I'm just distracting you, so you just ignore the fact that, like, Jin never seems to win. So, Anno... No movement on the stone. So, not flower power? Great pastures all in, maybe. Which is quite surprising here, actually. Because if you play Great Pastures, you're playing Cav. So, it's double Cav. Maybe the idea is that you frontline with your pagodas and then your teammates' knights win the fight, but that feels redundant when you realize that French knights will get healing anyway. So they kind of don't need your help frontlining, you know? I think what we're going to get here is Mohe Tribesmen Knights. Just let it cook, let it simmer. You smell those spices? The garlic, the thyme, the marrow yam. That is the Mohe Tribesman coming through and marinating. Because the idea is pretty cool. The thing that those archers have going for them that Jin get access to is they are on horseback, so they're fast. Your teammate has the best damn knight in the game for Feudal Age. Put those two things together and then rush. Because you have mobility. You can move around very freely on a big dry Arabia in a way that English most definitely can. I'd be on board with that. Problem is, I'm seeing Spearman already. I mean, he can do Mohe Tribesman Spears, right? Like, those two things together gel well because they're lean on costs, right? Pagodas are the thing that bleeds you dry. They're 265 resources. For reasons I'll never understand, they cost more than a knight. But these, the Mohe Tribesmen, they're only, what, 95 resources? And boom, there you go. He queues them up. I know. Spears are going to start walking home. Knight production begins for Elyona. King's going to be coming in soon for Chuck Francis. Second TC on the gold. That is interesting. Wait, what? Guys, that's red. I'm sorry for the colorblind people, but I just need to let you know, that's two different players. Elyona diversified his gold gathering, so he couldn't get blocked out. I think he was worried about a full-in Dark Age rush, because Anno was adding in spears. So just to insulate himself, he put some here, some over here. I like this. So you've got outposts to secure 5 here. And then if you get raided here, you can always be a douchebag and take your teammate's position in his own TC. I know. He's spamming them. 3 tribesmen already. Grasslands are being built as well. So 2 options here. He can use the grasslands to either just have more health. Not a bad idea, right? Get, what, 2 extra HP per tier, I believe it is? Oh, no, it's 1, isn't it? Yeah, so not that much health actually that way. But the alternative is you get big discounts. So if you use those ponies to just auto-summon, because it instantly spawns units this way, then you pay 35-35 instead of 60-35. It's 25 food savings. It makes them cheaper than normal archers. But you still move this fast. Rear poke coming in. It's going to be annoying for the workers. Elyona doesn't have wheelbarrow, right? I don't think so. No wheelbarrow. Yeah, so he can actually get caught pretty easily here. Chuck does arrive with his knight. Elyona has his in the neighborhood too. And yes, the healing does work with the king. This is the cool part of the English-French combo. Regular 2v2 now has things like killed army. Does it? I think it's missing some other things though, right? I assume there's a reason they're using this UI. I do hate this piece down here. I'd rather have the other one. Then I can put my head down here again. This is going to be very confusing for people watching videos, for sure. Okay, so Mohawk Tribesman spam has slowed down a bit. He stopped at 7. Adds in a Pagoda 2. Knight spam is looking good for Scatterbrained. He has actually got the edge. He's got double Knight advantage over Elyona. Chuck adding in longbows now. Yeah, so he's trying to resolve the Mohawk Tribesman. But remember, that the whole idea with this Mohawk Tribesman, the mobility is key, not just that you have 2 unit types to fight with wherever you're fighting. It's raiding. It's a range unit. It can very easily kill workers. Spears are going to get sacked. Bit of a weird dive in there from the lads. What is their win condition? Because I felt like it was raiding, but instead, the way they're playing, it feels like they're looking for a straight-up fight. What makes this a bit weird, chat, is the position. They're sitting kind of between the 2 bases, which means both of your opponents can react with each. Even the immobile player, i.e. the English one. And the tribesman, that's what he was waiting for. Snatches a kill. This is going to get annoying. Has he got the +1 already? He has not. Probably would be a good idea to think about going Steeled Arrow now. It's a 20% increase to your damage. Was starting to show up. The only tricky part is the tribesman. Tar range is good. The issue is just how flimsy and exposed you feel with only 60 HP. Lower than a standard archer. They're 70. Knights. Ooh, they do dive in. Now they're going to turn around for the backstab, but Elyona should be able to walk away. Oh, good grab. He goes for the king. I really like that. So that removes some of the healing. Will be reinvested by Chuck, but there's a delay getting that out. Knight count. Decent green. Pagodas. Yo! He insta-summons the 3. It's a switch. It's a bait and switch. This is sick. Because think about what Chuck just done. He did not build Spearmen. You would not want to build Spearmen against Mohawk Tribesmen. These guys countered them. Anno's used that against him. This is the thing that I think is very intriguing about Jin. The way that the grasslands work, there's an insane pivot strat. Most civs in this situation would start queuing up these pagodas. They'd be waiting 40 seconds for each of them. With Jin, with these grasslands, for every pony in them, you can insta-summon and save 25 food in the process. So, if you stockpile up 5 horses in the grasslands, you can instantly summon 5 pagodas as long as you've got the resources. That's cool for multiple reasons. You're taking your resource and putting it to work straight away, and you have no downtime. It's like Japan when they get to age 4 and the gunsmith builds up all those tickets. And they all of a sudden spawn an army of 30 like gunners, 30 Bazutsu, whatever it is. It's an insane power spike. I love that Anno's trying to leverage this, because I think it's the area of Jin that hasn't been shown off well so far. Now you got a bunch of Lombos against full melee, yes, but heavily armored melee. Dive's going to be coming in. Pagoda's just trying to lead the charge and take all the brunt of the force. Right, start diving underneath the towers. Attack speed aura is also there for the Lombos, and it is going to be a forced retreat here. I don't know if they really got enough out of that. They kind of got next to nothing. The economy difference is kind of worrying me. Elyoner hasn't lost that many workers either. Look at Scatterbrain by comparison. It's a 3 worker difference, despite the fact he's been taking all of the pressure. Shark, however, that was a bit greedy. He's trying to build archery ranges in the French base. Another burn coming through. Gonna try to force the Knights to react. I'll see there's plenty of them, though. Ooh, the tribesmen, they go in around the back. They find Elyoner again. This is hate targeting right now. I actually think this is very smart, because if you go after Chuck, he has all these workers. He can just produce more. Elyoner's 1 TC, so his villages feel very finite. Nice diving in again. Wombo's just trying to contest that. It would be good to go after the injured pagodas here. Remember, the pagodas are just functioning as meat shields for the dive. They aren't the DPS, that's the Knights. I know. What's his real goal? He's going for castle. This is pretty impressive positioning, really. And that's sick. Mountain Hall. Karma time, guys. That's right. Redditors, beware. It's made its way in game. So the Mountain Hall has a unique karma system that when you cap out, you get these different buffs. You can choose between buildings regenerating, villagers gathering quicker from farms, relics generating Regnit's level of gold, and the alternative, the final one, is defenses attacking 50% faster. So some cool flex there. Typically, this strategy revolves around getting relics because your monasteries are cheaper by building this landmark. So you rush relics, you get karma capped out, and then you get Regnit's level gold. Actually, it's beyond Regnit's level. Regnit's level is plus 200%. This is plus 300%. So this is old Regnit's. And what's cool about this strat is he's doing it in a team game. Normally, there's 5 relics. On this map, there's 7. So tech up completes. Karma system right here. So you see how it works? You have to reach 1,000 karma. But whenever you lose units, you will lose karma. So you really just want to kind of avoid fights now. It is a bit weird. This is now going to put a lot of pressure on Scatterbrain to carry the map. Because I don't think Anatan wants to get caught. He just wants to get relics. Do we have Monastery? I mean, he's already got it here, right? But he hasn't been producing monks yet, which is a little bit surprising. He's got 400 gold, so he could. I don't know, man. I feel like there needs to be a system related to the karma that allows you to spike it quicker. Because there isn't, right? There's no way to increase the rate faster. Then again, I think you lose 1 karma per lost unit, right? So it's not like crazy karma loss. Let's find out. He's at 145 right now. Eventually, something will die. He lost 3 there. Okay, yeah, no. This is going to be hard to max out. He also still hasn't queued up monks. At all. Scatterbrain into castle, though. It's double castle versus double feudal. And he went Royal Institute, which means he can go towards Royal Bloodlines next. Queued it up already. Oh boy, this is going to get hard. I know, the Pagoda's very tanky at this stage. 252 HP. Raids the back farm, shuts Chuck Francis down for a bit. White Tower had to be cancelled and actually shifted. Yep, the Night Dive came in and blocked him. Oh, man. Elyoner can't hold this for him. It's 14 Knights versus 20. So he's going to have to go a lot more defensive. It drops it between the 2 TCs. Pagoda are going to get shut down, but they take a few lives with them. And we finally now have relics being seeked. That was pretty delayed, though. You know, he had gold the whole time, but Anno never started prepping them early. I wonder what the thought process was. Maybe he just got distracted, was too busy raiding with Pagoda. Expensive loss potentially, though, because now Scatterbrain has to work hard to try and keep Elyona in his own base. Royal Bloodlines will definitely go a long way to help with that, though. Just 15 seconds away. He's also got ranged armor 2 coming in. Perfect to try and ignore these Lombos. Or more importantly, gap close them. I don't know. I think Anno should have the breeding room to get 4 or 5 relics. Easy. Anno can have a long way to go to actually utilize those relics for full max, though. Like, he's 108 out of 1,000 karma, guys. It's such a weird thing. I think... So the way karma works, yeah, it's villagers gathering resources and radius the religious structure generate karma. I think it should maybe affect something other than just monasteries. Because, like, the problem is, for him to get karma fast, he needs to build a monastery here as well. Which I don't think people are thinking of right now. Knights now with the dive in, though. Hold on. Like, that actually, no, in fairness, I think this is just an optimization thing. As in, you should be doing it. Monasteries are 100 wood with the Civ because of the discount from the landmark. So, the karma system is that important. It's not that expensive to escalate. Scan. Now moving into the base again. This is good. He's just trying to draw Elyona back. Anno's still trying to drag back more relics. How many monks? He's got 2 more in the field at the moment. Knights coming in from Elyona. Elyo, who also... Did he go... He hasn't aged up yet. No, he's still stuck like this. Oh, this is going to be an ugly fight. Elyona is at this point dead weight, guys. He can't do much. The only thing he can offer is raiding. Problem, because now your base is getting dug. Yeah, and 48 Lombos does sound quite threatening. But folks, this is Royal Bloodlines. Look at the health levels. 310 HP, and there's 33 of them. How many relics we got home? 1 relic bank so far. More soon to come. Guys, I think Jin's gonna win. I mean, the karma system sucks, but the idea was super sick. The Mohe tribesman being used as a pure bait was genius. And this is a great example of how grasslands can be seriously powerful. It's going to take a lot more refinement and practice, but this building here actually does have value. It's not just an increased health pool option. The burst potential, the pivots, the transitions early game are huge. Now the Night Wave even huger. Oh no! Chuck! He can't get away from that. Old man with walking sticks. The Lombos can't retreat. Pagoda's backstab as well. Chuck's about to get erased. He's down to 29 Lombos already. Now the dive in. Elyo, who's still in H2, he's not gathering gold. He's stuck. 1,200 food and no gold to work with. Scatterbrain is pretty much now just winning this game right now. The Pagodas were effective tanks though. Like, this is the thing. I think Jin, seeing games like this, they are an okay Civ and team game. They're a support role. It's in 1v1s where they don't make sense. But this type of unit, the details that they work with here, I do see the logic of it in a team set. So yeah, if you're a team player, buy Jin. You might actually use it. If you're a 1v1 player, probably just wait a year. Don't think we have to wait a year for a win here, though. Scatterbrain, he's like, oh, yo, buddy, you need more knights. Let me drop a castle to help discount them for you. GG. Jin wins in team pro play. No one would have expected that. Best French won? Yeah, but like, what helped it win? I mean, yes, English was being greedy, but the bait and switch of the Mohe tribesmen into Pagoda timing. I don't know if many civs can really do that the same way. Win's a win, though, baby. Game number 1 on the board for the boys. Does opponent's castle give the discount to the French players? No, it doesn't. We meme them with that. That would be a hilarious mechanic, though. I would actually be game for that. You deserve the discount if you have to deal with an enemy castle there. Because just spawning a units is going to cost you a lot anyway. Oh dear, oh dear. Alright, the boys getting in lobby for G2. Yeah, they're searching now. So remember, these are best of threes, by the way. Oh, music. And I need to find some more time to play Ordinary. Might try and pick a day out where we can do some Deadlock podcast too. This week. I think it'd be fun. What do you reckon we've got for game 2? Maybe some Gorge action? Gorge is like probably the only map that feels like it was designed with some thought towards team play. Wait, is that a link for Opera GX that you guys should totally download to support the channel? Go get it now. I'm not making that up, by the way. One of my viewers tipped me off to that, the RGX mode upscaler. If you find the stream looks a little bit blurry because of like the encoding settings of Twitch or whatever, that might be able to actually improve it and make it look a bit prettier. Gorgeous best team map right now? Yeah, but like here's the depressing part. It's been the best team map for over 2 years. It's not just now, it's like it is full stop, just continuously the best team map. It is the only team map. Bah, bah, bah. God, I'm getting an urge to play Origins again. Which is kind of... They need to just release Dynasty Warriors Part 2. Like, not Origins, but like the rest of the story. I completed it. I've literally got every trophy but one that's bugged. Gorge won the only team maps? Exactly my point. They're just like... And the feedback that was given a long time ago by me and several others is 100% on the head. Right? On the nail. This. The issue is they're so focused on trying to make every map applicable to every size, and they just shouldn't. They should just make maps good for whatever size they are. That's how a lot of the best RTSs function this way and always have. Is that, you know, input, like name, like King Poo Poo Stupid Head map is 4 players, and it's just 4 players. You can go 2 players on it, but you can't go 6 players. Just do that. Design maps around a very specific size, and that's absolutely fine in my eyes. Relic River third. Did they get Relic River? We'll find out in a sec. Oh, you mean for good team maps? I haven't seen Relic River in team. Mountain Clearing is kind of intriguing, though. But like the problem is, because Age of Empires 2 always done this system of like map scales for size, they've tried to hold on to it in Age of Empires 4. And I think it's unnecessary. That's also, by the way, I've heard multiple reasons as to why maps like Holy Island that have been made by the community don't get added to the game. They make their own ones instead. I've heard legal reasons, and I've also heard spawn issues of like, Holy Island, for example, is not designed to spawn more than 2 players, right? But like, if we wanted to fix these... I don't ever agree with the legal one, though. That's a weird one. Like, legal's very easy to get around, chat. You just basically have terms and conditions for basically any game that has modding. And what they can do within that is pretty much right that any of your creations that are created within the modding tools, Microsoft reserves the right to take and use as their own. I'm trying to think if we got another series after this. Canadian series is quite a way off. There's Numedan, Voldemort versus Sasakuna, maybe. I wouldn't say it's incompetence. I think it's a lack of care. It's indifference. I've kind of noticed that over the years. Kind of burnt out on pretending otherwise. Just is as it is at this point, you know? All right, what have we got here? Oh, okay, so it's going to be Rocky River. All right, let's cook. Flip UI. All right, let's go. Game number 2 in the Defend Your Flag, a Nations Cup 2v2 tournament for Age of Empires 4. We've got Scatterbrained and Anatan going up against the Frenchmen's Chuck Francis and Elyona, and it is going to be a powerful combo. Elyona, he gets the Chinese. Chuck Francis to the Macedonians, while Scatterbrained and Anatan keep it a little bit more standard play for 2v2, I feel like. We've got Scatterbrained playing on the Japanese in the green, while Anatan takes the field in the yellow as the French. This is double knight whammy. Interesting. Actually, oh, no. It's so much more than that. Guys, they're replicating the idea of Game 1. Game 1, they had Jin French, and the idea is you could have frontline knights, and you could have Mohawk tribesmen behind that, right? So it was like horse archer plus knights. These civs do the same thing. You get French knights, and then over here you can get Onimusha. And the cool thing about Onimusha here is they can delete the Varangian choices, right? They can deal with the Radari with great ease. So I think that is a possibility here. If they see Radari spam, they have a clear counterplay. That's pretty cool. And it works even better in 2v2s, because in a 2v2, a French player is very likely to go for the Royal Institute, which gives him the bloodlines. Rocky River is weird in team games because there's so many sheep plus larger distance between opponents, meaning that Fast Castle can go unpunished. But that's why you pick Cav Civs, right? Like, I've historically seen this map dominated by French and Iobid picks. A little bit surprised, actually, we've yet to see an Iobid pick. I guess somewhat surprised, but not overwhelmingly. I think the thing with Iobids is they make a lot of sense in 3v3, 4v4, because the map is so big that you can just move and exploit where cavalry are and ranged units aren't and poke at multiple players. On 2v2, I don't think that's as much the case. Maps are too big equal cav dominated? Yeah, exactly. You just need more maps that, like, do weird things, such as strategically place one player here and one player here. And then another one over here and another one over here, you know? I want that kind of wacky treatment. I was watching Age of Empires 2 the other day. I can't remember the name of the map, but it's a really cool one they have, where your main base has no wood in it, and you have a secondary base that is basically all wood, right? And you have to run villages over there, and you have to balance defending that area and defending the main. It reminds me of someone I was talking about I'd love to see in this game a long time ago, which is like, imagine a map where you do start 2 TC, but like a second town center very far away from the primary can be seen as quite weak. Or maybe it's just your town center starts here, but then you have 8 villages on trees halfway across the map, sort of thing. What kind of tournament is this? This has been hosted by Carlo. It's a Nations Cup type thing, so within reason, not everything is the nation. Sometimes it's a region or something else. But like you've got Russia competing, Canada competing, Spain competing, North America competing, Scandinavia. Then you had a Denmark-Hungary combo, China, England-Hungary combo. So yeah, just a bunch of 2v2 teams. So Kuristor House coming in, Hippodrome on the other side. Kuro with 1. This is Fast Castle, guys. So he is going for the Onimusha strat. you have a link? He has a website, which I just found out about today. There you go. Franchise Stronghold's being set up. Spear's already in position, though. So it may be fast castle, but it's not like Scatterbrain hasn't contributed. This is really frustrating. It's going to force reactions. Chuck's probably going to have to add in the Bog Maffer, which slows down his tech up. And I'm pretty sure he was meant to be the castling player here, right? I would assume... Well, actually, no. Would you rather spear spam with China or spear spam with Macedonia? I think from a macro standpoint, China does it a lot faster. But Macedonians do it a lot better, right? Because their spearmen attack faster and they move faster later on. I do just love how the silver deposit doesn't exist. Oh, there it is. We have ourselves a tiny pirate. Okay, he speeds it up. He puts 4 on the Kura in the end. Yeah, that makes sense, though, because he can't add in arrow slits until his feudal. And he now sees that there's horsemen coming. Right? The Hippodrome Scout plus the Hippodrome Horseman with a few ponies, they'll burn through these towers, the naked towers with ease. I know. Already 3 knights in the field. He's trying to get quite aggressive with them, right? He doesn't want to stay at home. And whoa, Scad will react quick enough. Body block's not going to stop that final worker getting in. A lot of idle time being achieved here, though, considering Scatterbrain's real wing on his castle. And that is... Wait, what year am I in? Guys, we've got Song Dynasty pre-8 minutes. That's a rarity. And it is going to be a good old-fashioned Barbican. Okay, this is cool. That, not so cool. -1 worker, despite the village being right next to him. Alyona, a bit of hit there. Ooh, nice return fire, though. Catches one of the French knights. I don't know, though. This is like I'm watching 2 players building spears. And thus, my concern is that no one on this team is going Castle Age. So then the question becomes, can you attack quick enough on Rocky River? The other problem here, by the way, is if you do go too hardcore into spears, that's the dream for Japanese players. The Yumi are going to struggle in Archer and Archer trades early game, right? But against Spearman, double damage? That's a life you like. What do you think? 1s if you think that Scatterbrained and Nanatan are going to win. 2s if you think Chuck Francis and Alyona is. Trying to lose a Ville to a boar? No. Still got the health by looks of it. Barely. Still alive. Oh, I forgot about these buttons. Nah. Smooth pan's better. Nicely played. Out on the deer. Can be a bit risky with the horseman, but you've got a few spears here, so not the craziest idea. And here's the boar, right? Yeah, he pulled the boar back. I like the way that he brought the boar workers over to where Scatterbrained is, so if someone goes wrong, he can kind of assist. Night Dive in gets another one. Jeez. Alyona is hemorrhaging here in a rough way. China's meant to be a lot better at not doing this. French Knights are always tricky to deal with, sure, but the idea... China is safe because of this. They drop a village on their gold vein, and they always have a retreat point. I wonder if maybe the problem here is that Alyona built the village here instead of half a tile up, because now his seek shelter takes longer, so there's more options for a knight to get a kill. He even added in an outpost to try and insulate. Your pass is going to be on the way, though. Flown Gate has already began. Full scatter. It's going to be, what, 13? 11, 10, I think it was, on the tech up. Chuck doesn't have infinite food, right? This wasn't a pro scout strat. He's only got 7 sheep left, and he's already harvesting through the boar. I think he's like halfway at this stage. Was that 1,300? Yeah, he's basically halfway. So not a crazy amount of food to work with, while Scatterbrain benefits in different ways. Scatterbrain hasn't got many sheep, sure. But what he has got is farms coming in that will be a difference. Really important little difference there. What? I'm sorry, what did I just see? The Knights brute force their way on this. Oh my god. I wasn't expecting that. That's what I get for taking my headset off. The Night Dive, the body's made it look bad, but actually Anatan blocks the primary placement. He's going to try for the Golden Horn Tower again, but you need to be careful. It's 4 spears versus 5 knights. Low HP, sure, but you can tank with the fresh one. Oh, he just goes to the short range charge, gets the club down. More spears are coming. Idle again. -1 knight to achieve that. Fresh knights are also on the way. Ah, dude, this is tricky. Elio does have crossbow production underway. And guys, here's the real kicker. Look at what Scat is doing. It's the correct call. He's going Yuumi. It's a mass Yuumi castle strat. Counterplays everything. Both players started building spears, and the other one is now building crossbows. Yuumi loved this life. And it's still being a nuisance. Yuumi now in range. They're vetted up. Feel like you're made of plastic against these spears. Being target fired down. Horsemen try to charge forward. Knights will need to reform the line. Golden Horn Tower will be a success, though. It's going to go up. Anatan not teched up himself yet. Does this tech up change anything? Because now there's the potential for Dari. Could we see a shift out of Scatterbrained into Onimusha? Or even perhaps Mounted Samurai himself? I think Onimusha could make more sense. The problem with Mounted Samurai is once they see the crossbowman, it's going to be kind of a red alert. And we have got a little bit of pause. So, because the thing is, if you go Onimusha, you can flank raid, and then you still have someone to combat in the main fight. But if you go Knights, you can only flank raid because the crossbows are scary once they scale. And considering the timing, like he did sack several Knights to get that dive in to delay things, you've got to be assuming that Elyona's got a decent ball of crossbows starting to build up. What have we got coming? So he does secure the second gold. 8k is not too far off on the flank. Food is still a problem here, by the way. He's spamming in farms because of it. Elio's still got... Actually, did Eliona give... I think Eliona got given more sheep. He's actually got 11 sheep now. Wasn't he down to about 6? So here's a little bit more lifeline there. That's good to see. And we have got the pivot. Onimusha now on the way. Guys, I'm telling you, Onimusha in team games is nuts. It's actually Japan's best unit. Baltoon taught me the way. I still remember when we had that 3v3 tournament, or was it 2v2 one? Yeah, it's a 3v3 one. He was dominating games with like mass Onimusha. Baltoon was going 40, 50 Onimusha, and I was blown away by the effectiveness of it. And that's a difference maker. Guildhall, for the first time in the tournament. We've had multiple French players going Royal Institute. This is the first time they're choosing Guildhall instead. I understand, just getting an insurance policy for down the line. And what on... I just noticed how many berries we have on one screen. It's similar on the other side, right? If Japan can get out here, they're going to love life. Bet Yuumi, just getting rid of the annoying horsemen. Dari's starting to take their place, though. Did he see the Onimusha? I think he must have got a glimpse of it. Surely. Nice. Oh, boy. He did get the short-range charge, but still expensive. Good news is he has Chivalry, so you can always fix that damage. Now it's Scatter's turn to do some real damage. Starts to move up with the Yuumi, with the Onimusha. They do see him. Good choice by Eliona going to Imperial Palace. Not really going to want to have Clock Tower with how wide this map is, but it's also the vision. You see the raids coming a mile off. And Anno, I think he just missed out on villagers. Possibly here. Snipage, one Radar already down. You see what I mean about how effective this is? Because the whole idea is you stem the inflate early. You stop it from getting out of control on the Vikings. Like, we're about the point, actually, where Scatbrain can one-hit kill. Because he's got 14 Onimusha. They hit for 20 damage per strike. Radari only have, what, 241 HP? Well read. Yumi, gotta be a little bit careful. You want to try to keep those alive, because the crossbows are what you want to trade out against there. Dari, now getting target down. Knights just trying to bait a bit of attention. Staggered retreat here. Losing Yumi for Radari is a good trade every day of the week. Bit of a weird click there on the deer. Whoops. And he is just pure Onimusha now. And you can't really build Nesta Bees against this, right? Because they're so fast, they wouldn't get caught easily. I need Knights, Horsemen, they win the game. It's an interesting idea, actually. Like Horsemen from Anatan. Another weirder one that could work is... People are going to hate me for this. French men at arms. I mean, you want Fordraxes, but think about it. You could ask Japan to do it eventually, that they're already at 20 Onimusha. So replacing now with Samurai is a good idea. You see what I mean? Dari just melting. So insanely effective. Reset here. The Knights, they did shift around the back. Good reaction by Elyono, not going to give him an opening. And we do have the granaries coming in behind the main. Best of 3. So win this, and they're through to the next round. And just double checking, it would be them facing off against Corvinus Dumu or Gully Dekulin. Nice having a poke. Nice move. Ooh. -2. I mean, this is the thing. Chuck's army is a twig waiting to be snapped. It's not scary. It's not really threatening. It's a puppy staring down a Hydra. Onimusha, a hissing. This gets the Radari back. Leads with Horseman. A good choice here. You need Horseman, really. I love the Kuburiya. Such an underrated tech. Just allows you to retreat with ease or chase. See, the Horsemen that are meant to be the counter, like, he just doesn't have the quantity to do so. Great snipe on the Hippodrome Horseman. Pricey loss there. Scattered. Funneling a bit of food across to Anno. Makes sense. You just want the Knights for the big dives, right? The Onimusha are trying to restrict Chuck's participation, but the Knights are the ones that are meant to go in for the worker kills. In fact, at this rate, they might just be able to brute force Chuck and Elio. Like, Elio right now is the scary guy to go after with 18 crossbows, but it's been balanced out. It's 26 Onimusha now. Nice. Go for the charge. The Spear's a bit staggered in their positioning here. Backstab coming through. Just a handful of horsemen. Knights will mirror it, though, just to protect that valuable backline of crossbows. And this is what I mean about this double cav comp. They have the right idea. It's mobility. Mobility is one of the most powerful stats in RTSs. Movement speed, range tend to be the best. And he has both. Because you've got a bunch of melee chasing after ranged, and the ranged move fast. Chuck. What's he missing? What can he do? I thought he'd go Horseman. I still like the idea of Horseman here. The sucky part is that you won't really be gathering silver, so you won't really be getting tiers. But he's already got tier 3 now. So with the +3 armor there, the Onimusha shouldn't really be doing much. Still no signs of it. Okay, there we go. The switch is coming, guys. He queues up the horseman. This is looking a lot better now. What is interesting is if Scar started adding in spears, but you don't know what you don't know. Still don't see Onimusha that often in teams. Why? In your team games? Without shaming, what rank you, right? Like, I'd say I don't watch crap loads of team games. When I have at high rank, like, the pro level players will do it. We mentioned earlier Baltoon, who historically played crap loads of team games. Love doing Onimusha. Diamond, yeah, you're probably still at the level where people just trust Mount Samurai, right? Because they're such a good unit. Which is understandable. Like, you need to do so much when it comes to micromanagement with these things. Because they are fragile. It's the same reason why I think Jin ultimately will probably not be a very popular civ on sales when they look back on it. It's because the idea of Mohawk Tribesman is not attractive to casuals. You want to Ooga get a click. If they made English 2.0 with meta arm spam, that civ would sell really well. Bloody hell. Anatan with a red palace. And look at the food. Oh. All right. I thought Anatan was a meat-loving Belarusian, but going vegan after this. Sheesh. Won't stop him mining for blood diamonds, though. Stone gathering here from Chuck. Going for a cast drop in the 8k, I imagine. Onimusha still pretty frustrating. The upgrade should be on the way, right, for Anatans? Let's have a look. Has he gone for it? No, he has not got elite queued yet. But now with all these gold workers, it's going to be an inevitability. Sacred Sight's also starting to get locked in, but that's not going to get paused straight away. Chuck and Elyona just look a bit helpless, which is weird to say of the guys that have double the army size. Horseman just trying to hit into the Onimusha. So it will be a forced retreat. Uma's wasting a lot of the A-clicks here. You keep seeing it, right? Where a bunch of them just club this guy instead. Worth sniping out, though, because it does remove the extra damage to snipe these horsemen. Knights. Oh, dude, this is so obnoxious. If Elyona doesn't build trebs, he can't punish this. It's so annoying. Seriously, I'm not exaggerating. Like, this army dives that red palace. I'm back in the red palace, guys. It attacks so quickly. 1.5 seconds for a shot. And even if you don't garrison it, it kills a spearman in 2 hits. But with a garrison, everything dies. Skad also saving up now, by the way. And a Katana Bannerman coming. Is that a misclick or a pivot? Because Onum Bugeisha does look good here, guys. Everything they have, except for Free Ridari, loses to Mass Bugeisha. Please tell. Oh! He is! And they have no idea. Wait, no, scratch that. Chuck comes in clutch. Oh, sorry, not Chuck. Elyona comes in clutch. He just triggered the Imperial Palace. They know that it's going to be mass rack switch. That's an important piece of information. What do you do about it, though? Like, men at arms, maybe? But there's still so many of these Onimusha. 13 Bugeisha already queued up. 7 already in the field. More to come. Army's moving in. Royal Knights now going for the backstab against the flank of the purple. Small handful of crossbows not going to bode well against that, so they will get sniped down. But the big army is coming. It's a death push. He needs to be fast. He's got a Shogun at castle. That's always a good fallback point. Crossbows moving in, though. Scatterbrain has 2 TC. He can afford a few losses. Knights have got rid of Purple's forces. This is all on Elio to carry the torch. We'll get torches out onto the town center. Good patience. Scatterbrain, I don't think you can defend this right now. You need to buy time. 15 more Bugeisha in queue. Knights. Whoa, boy. Cuts the reinforcements. Smart, though. Onimusha back him up, so he'll get the sweep through. That shrinks the army. Bugeisha still just trying to buy more time here. Villagers being hemorrhaged for this. Keep ring-a-ring-a-rosing here. 4 relics as well, which is great for this Bugacia spam. 50, I think, is the threshold which you start to push into the enemy with. And the whole army's coming. This is the smash moment. Convergence point achieved. Bugacia, they rush forward. And the crossbows, the spears, they want out. But there's nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. The Bugacia force the fight. Start cleaving through, but honestly, at this point, your own Raxes are kind of killing you a bit. Nice now going in for the charge. That base the spin and attention, gives access to the crossbows. Bugacia Flood continues, and watch the military count here. There's still 22 Royal Knights. That crossbow ball is next on the hit list, and the Knight body block is there. Spear count is low. He's only got 6. Nah, he's stuck. Can he get out the choke point? Or is it far too late? It feels like this is going to be the death of the crossbow ball and the end of any momentum they had. Elio, he ran a mile across this map to die like that. In a 1v1, that switch ain't easy. 2v2, the map is so fat. And the ladies are so fast. 51 Bugacia now. Bugattiing their way towards the French base. As in, the French players. See, this is the problem with like, nationality Civ games. They get confusing. Elio has now got the gold, though. He's going for a tech up. Anatan craps out a bunch of food for Scatterbrain, so he's going to be able to tech 2. Great Wall Gatehouse now. Do you get this up, or do you die? How fast in the building? Let's find out. Bugacia getting range. Spears frontlining this. Crossbow wave is quite small compared to where it was at, but it's buying the necessary time. Bugacia won't be able to break through quick enough here, right? Doesn't look like it. Not with Purple's reinforcements arriving. But the Knights sneak round the back. Anatan, he wasn't assisting this fight the whole time. It's a 2 versus 1, and the Bugacia are still making progress. Knights, they enter the base. Roiled up. He's also prepping trade behind this in the corner. He reaches the farms. This becomes pretty hectic for Elyon. He does have food reserves, but I think the idea was that he would start feeding resources over to Chuck. Next to Beast is up, though. Force the reset point. Knights idle out the farms. They take a little bit of time to fix that, and also sneaking into the base of Chuck. Yeah, Power Pinks going to struggle to bring them down quick. Keeps them idled here and allows this play. What up? Castle of the Crow. You might be thinking this is a little bit weird compared to Infinite Army Tanagashima Gunsmith. I actually like it. The problem with Tanagashima Gunsmith is every unit you can build out of it is slow. And he wants to be able to Rapido, right? Think about the success strat for Scatterbrain and Anatan. It's always been fast units. Ona Bugacia, Onimusha, Knights. These are all rapid approach units. But if you switch hand cannoneers, they become very slow. And the sucky part about hand cannoneers in this matchup is you would just get outclassed by China. So many farms set up on both sides. Cast the Crow complete. Goes to the Siege Workshop immediately. Yeah, they're thinking about Sacred Sites again. Both flanks secured by Imp Castles. Yep. Very annoying ones to dive, and it's important for these 8k golds. Speaking of which, bloody hell, Anatan. Share around, mate. Triple 8k gold vein on the left side of this map for him. He's loving life. Yeah, so like he's setting up trade, but it wasn't even that urgent for this amount of resource. Bugacia gonna suck against Radari. But he's still got the Onimusha to help. Not many, but you can say the same with the Radari count. And no, Chuck really needs that gold. I don't think he has any backup options, really. He's got one back here that Elyon is generously helping him mine. Thanks, Elyon. And the Bugacia do shut him off again. How do you get tech twos? He's not too bad off, right? He's got 4 tech tiers on the calf, but I don't think he's going to get the rest quickly here. The other thought is you want that silver for Cataphract spamming in. Let's just keep flooding. Burn coming through. Cannon did spawn, so that castle's going to be going down. Meanwhile, we've got more race to the back farms. Big eco lead here, folks. Scatterbrained and Anatan up over 50 economy. Military counts are similar. And the Bugatia are going to make it worse. Chuck's dead. Guys, he's a funny one. Macedonians have not been looking good in the team game, guys. I think it just exposes their problem. They are a tempo civ, and if they fail to hit their timing, they have no economical scale. They've just peeled him back like a banana. They've monkeyed him out. 4 military, 24 workers. Chuck is not having fun in this game. Chuck's like, yo, can you just send me everything? I got 24 workers to build a landmark with. I got a dream. And Catch has been trying to build a TC as well. Golden Horn Tower, by the way, is garrisoned by almost half of Chuck's economy right now and being torched. I don't think El Yona, like his pack is going to break from trying to carry this now. Love this comp. Such a cool idea. Castle Age, Knights plus Onimusha. Imperial Age, Knights plus Onibugatia. Every honorable knight needs his maiden. They really feel like a maiden d'Orléans here. A couple of Jeans in their own right. Psychopaths clearing. Remember, they're 14 damage. They erase spears so fast. Alright. Predictions on when they call GG. Because now it just becomes a number game, doesn't it? We have 200 pop, you have 400. Doesn't seem fair. Nice. Even now just idling the farms again. There is a... Wait, he's diving cross-map? Oh, baby boo. I mean, I don't blame him. He's just stuck trying to cauterize wounds. Every time he cauterizes one, 2 more open up. But there's a Shogunate Castle here. Not really something you want to be diving. And it also means that as a result of that, you're going to lose everything on the other side of the map. Full sacred side locked in. I was like, if I'm going to lose the game, god damn it, I'm going to take this thing with me. Just 10,000 HP to go, and the Knights ruin it for him. Army wiped. Second time he's died in the base of the Japanese, and that is going to be a GG call. The Belaruses lock it in with a brutal and convincing 2-0. GG's. One sec, I need to close the door. Ugh. All right, so I think next series isn't for a while, right? Also, I don't know if we're going to do another series. Well, Scandinavia versus Turkey isn't too far off. But I don't know. We've been streaming, what, like 3.5 hours? Not too bad. Anything interesting happening on Reddit? Future of A-Form's direction. In terms of game design, I think they need to be careful about how they nerf civilizations, because if they share every civilization attribute, the game's originality is broken. Yeah, I mean, you want to, like, I talked about this before. Like, I didn't mind what they were trying to, oh, sorry, just realized what you're seeing. I didn't mind what they were trying to do with Jin, where, like, they tried to remove one of the core pillars of the design, which is Archer, Horseman, Spear, to make them different. But it's so hard to achieve that and balance it. Yikes. Oh. Build order timer. Oh, I thought this was the thing that... I was excited for a sec. I thought this was the thing that I got sent... Who sent it to me earlier? Yeah, it was Swaggy. Swaggy's created like an AI to... Or something similar to an AI to go find interesting games. You'd use that layer. Oh! Hold on. I'm on here. What's this? I'm just like, I have no involvement with EGC, so, which is funny because originally, I don't know, let's just say originally, like, they seemed like they were empathetic on the most recent message. So I'm just going to do my thing. They can do their thing. Honestly, I guess in some ways I'm kind of happy with it as well. I feel like I was just getting less professional, less good at casting the more I spent on that channel. So now I can just have my meme theology here, chill vibes, different style of casting. And then, you know, when it comes to like, I'm checking how I sounded because I know how like clipping works on the internet. Big events that I cast and work, full professional KP that I know I'm capable. Wash your hand of the bad, focus on the, you know what they say. The game likes to... Is this being cut by AI? It cuts like every sentence weirdly. Crash. You know, when the cards are down, you really learn what people truly think. And that's what matters. Gives you perspective. All right, let's get ready to roll. All right, well, is EGC not inviting you to cast on their stream still part of the World's Edge penalty or just their random decision? At this point, the decision is in their hands. Like, the ban that World's Edge gave, which was originally 90 days, ended up being 30 days, right? So, it's, you know, past that period. It's up to them whether they want to work together or not. Just like I said, I see the positives in it, and the positives for me is like, I feel like I was becoming a unprofessional person and less like decent caster the more time I spent on there. So it's probably going to be a nice refresh to kind of split the two. Just have more like a community vibe casting here, which is what they've created while that's trying not to too bad so far. Professional level.
You guys hear this?
I don't know. It's weird. I think I had this discussion a long time ago with them where like there was this desire to be kind of like ESL or PGL style, which is fine. A lot of people want to be that. But it can be challenging because, you know, like the reality is if you're saying you're competing with ESL and PGL, like, you know, you have to have the budget or something, or like you're just in...
You guys can hear this clearly, right?
Mini version. That's fine. You can be a mini version of them. But I think over the years also, whether intentional or not, EGC has leaned more into being like the community cast location anyway. So, you know, at that point, you are going to be a lot less professional. And by the way, the thing I done earlier this year, like I stand by the fact that I done something stupid. I shouldn't have done it. It was moronic. It was a rarity for me.
Yeah,
and also on top of that, like, you know, I do still think the punishment was absurdly over the top. But like,
seems to me someone's trying to hurt you for whatever reason. The cut's weird. Like, I don't think any of this is bad so far, right? But like, yeah, the cuts are weird where they cut out really aggressively.
What I done. But I think the atmosphere that they've designed there has just like I warned them as well last night. I was like, I think if you don't want that kind of stuff to happen, it's not, once again, no excuse for what I done. It's stupid and immature. I think you need to change how you approach the broadcast, or more people can
stand by that
things. Maybe not that thing, but different things that will be
because here's the thing, like Pesty a long time ago had this idea of being like a truly professional broadcast, right? And Lidicor tries to like instill this idea all the time. But it is memology 101 a lot of the time on EGC's casts. So it's like... Also, by the way, rules are like broken all the time. Like, I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to slate, flame, or whatever the devs of the game that you're sponsored by. Like, that's just kind of cross the board logic, but it happens all the time. But once again, like I said here, it doesn't excuse the stupid thing I done. I own that. I done a dumb thing. But I take away from it was a big wake-up call, like in multiple ways for me of who I could trust in the scene. Who, like, you know, and that's just because like there was one person that came to me and went, I think you shouldn't have done this and it was stupid. And I heard them out and I was like, okay, no, that's fair. Like, I needed to hear that from someone who doesn't just want me gone from the scene, right? Because it's like when it's someone you think hates you and people hate you, you just see that. But when it's someone you actually respect the opinion of, you would then come to the table and realize what you've done. So yeah, like I still learn that I done dumb thing. Let's see what the rest of this is because it's still 2 minutes. Because you've got mods flaming casters. You've got production drawing on screen. You've got casters flaming developers. You've got casters. This isn't like something I'm ambushing them with. Like, this is literally the things I said here was the things I actually gave feedback to like EGC for as well. Anyway, and it's like I say, it's up to you, but like that was the way I saw things as time went on. Getting like space and distance from it all. Talking to chat instead of talking to the caster, which I am guilty of. And that's why I'm kind of happy to have this breathing room away from it, because I think it was like, that's what I mean by one of the big things that was making me a worse caster. How can you be a good caster if you can't even focus on your co-caster? And like everyone, literally all the casters literally sit there and chat, responding to people. So we're all making ourselves worse because of it. It also, I think I said, because it was on the cast with Wildman, right? And I legit messaged her afterwards and I said, I'm so sorry, by the way. I feel like I disrespected you by talking to chat that whole time when we were casting. And she was like, oh, that's fine. I was doing it too. I was like, but it does feel disrespectful the more I thought about it. Like, you're meant to be there and you're meant to appreciate that person's time enough to hear what they're saying and communicate with them and have that cool conversation and spend that time with them. But you're not. You're talking to someone in chat. And although that's nice for the chat, it spits on a level of professionalism on a broadcast. Like, it's a whole load of things, right? So yeah, I don't know. I think the nice thing for me is it just gives me a nice reset to start focusing on what made me such a good caster back in the Dota 2 days. Because I said it to you guys multiple times, right? Where like I felt like I was becoming a worse caster over the years in Age of Empires. That's no flame. And yeah, that is no flame just on EGC. That's like things like I was doing, like spending time talking to chat, which I shouldn't be doing, like when I'm on a broadcast. That was also, I've said this before about solo casting. Like, I want to try and find a balance to that because I think solo casting does make me a worse caster. It may make me a better entertainer on a live stream, but it makes me a worse caster for a broadcast because you inherently just become a mic hogger. Like, if you look at all the people you look up to that do solo casting, they have this issue. It's a challenge sometimes, and some of them balance it well because they've got certain people they work with well, but a lot of them do have it. Lidicor literally had this problem where he would hog the mic when he started casting with me because he said previous people he'd cast with done the same thing because they always solo cast. So he felt like when it was his turn, he had to everything out or he wouldn't get the mic. That's one of the weird things that happens with solo casting. In the game, it's just the style and approach and whatever. I was becoming a better content creator, but like a worse caster. It's a weird trade-off. We need the Myriad set. Where is it? You're a great caster. You're right. The cuts are weird. He didn't cut out "We need the Myriad set," but there was cuts back here. It's like in some ways, I feel like I'm improved. My analytical abilities as a caster have definitely improved, but I feel like there's other areas where I've degenerated. Like I've gone backwards as a caster compared to my Dota 2 days. You know, it's a weird one. Didn't this part of the conversation miss out the entire conversation about what makes a good caster? This was that stream, right? There was a lot more we were talking about. And that's the weird thing. Like, you put me in a hosting role, I'm absolutely fine. I'll smash that. Like, dude, I'm still. I think my highlight of my casting / hosting in 2025 was still doing the Garrison, because like the Garrison, what you guys maybe didn't realize is like, I mean, we had tech issues which probably didn't make it sound good to people at home, but people in person absolutely loved what I was doing there, and I was proud of myself because I was dying every single evening. Like, I had really bad flips. Yeah, there was a lot of context build up missing here around what was maybe a worse caster, right? I think before this. Like, there was this. Surely this doesn't have negative responses, right? Like, we've heard this. This is 4 minutes now. We've got 30 seconds. Let's finish. None of this seems like it should have negative responses, right? This specific strain that was going around from like South America. At first, I thought Hart had given it to me because he was ill as well, but it wasn't. We both just got ill, unfortunately. But like I would basically wake up, kind of feel okay-ish, and by the end of the day was dead every single day there. And people couldn't tell. So it's like, you know, in the hosting roles in particular, I'm still confident I can smash out what I always have. I just want to get back on course without the casting. Where the hell's the Myriad draft? And we never knew where the Myriad draft was. All right, I'm gonna check the comments. This will be good. Does casting EGC is what makes him less professional casting? Lol, I'm out even. Yep. Called it. Already the negative people. This is what I mean about like you'll never entertain or like you'll never appease everyone. There will always be people that will hate you for whatever reason. That comment there like that is a perfect example. I guess what happened would make him a bit humbler. I mean, dude, I just said I became a worse caster. How is that not getting more humble? Like, this is what I mean. Like, this is like confirmation bias because I said in there that I'd done a good job hosting. You know those type of people that are like, they're tone deaf to a lot of the conversation. They'll hear 10% and discard the other 90. Guy right there. In fact, he thinks he understands the game. The amount of people I've seen in pro streams with them say that they did wrong because KP said so, or when someone created a discussion here saying... So I get the blame for like everyone who flames players. Then guy played one season was gold 2. Yeah, because I basically played team games and got abandoned 8 out of 10 games.
Was this? I think this is like, I don't know if this was originally. This is, yeah, it's just a hate thread. Actually, I didn't read his start thing. I find it funny he says he became less professional when he says, just bang someone's mom. Says he will stop doing A4, then comes crying back. Dude, like, this, it's just a hate thread. It's a cringy hate thread. But this is what I mean, right? You can't, like, I came back because a lot of people asked me to. And I was like, you know, I do miss it. But, like, this is, I knew there was going to be people like this. Even when you try to explain things in a reasonable way, which, I mean, go ahead and listen to this and be honest. Like, I'll take the honest feedback of level-headed people. I think the things I said here, even though it was weirdly cut and missed out, I think, some key context, none of this was bad. But they just make this into a stupid hate thread. Ostracize himself and continues to wallow in the self-created drama. Not really. I explained things. Each has been far superior since Ground Zero. Sure. The king is dead along with the... Okay, whatever. Don't think he's trashed HT. Seems like a pretty level. This is what I mean. It's literally like, this is what I mean. You just get haters that are trying to find this person. Well played, Tiny Mud. You've actually used your brain and you've taken a neutral approach. Looks like he's some gigacaster he's not and never was. All right. Well. Oh, this guy did. This guy hates my guts. Agree with what he said about professional EGC. I don't watch it often these days because it often feels like the game's going on is some background noise. Just some rant or drawings or whatever. Like, I think the drawings thing really clocked for me on the Homestead Cup. Because, like, I think the thing we said there, I was quite blunt about it. I didn't give the feedback to them. I probably should have. But, like, it's not to flame them. But because they had a clean feed, it became an exacerbated issue of, like, if they were writing on the screen, and I'm not just, like, targeting Homestead Cup as the recent one that came to mind, that clean feed was going out to a French caster or a German caster who's got a German or French audience. And it doesn't make sense to be there, right? But like that happens, like it's different within the context of what happens at EGC because that's for an English audience. It's just if you want to be a professional broadcaster, it doesn't is like ESL style. It isn't there, right? And yeah, none of them made sexual. Yeah, dude. Once again, I owned this. Like I owned what I done. It was a stupid thing. Hasn't learned. Like this is the thing that I mean. You're a father. Don't bring my kids into this. When you're clearly a petulant man-child who can't actually like understand what's being said. And oh, here we go. Womp. It's video game, not sports. He's service sentence, let him back. I mean, yeah, I've done a stupid thing. Also, I love this. Even with sports, people who break the rules act out of turn are penalized, serve their sentence, and then continue on. Yeah, it's like it's. I done a stupid thing. I more than took the reasonable hit for what I done. I think it'd be fair to say. Like, not doing whataboutism, but I remember when I was, like, talking to some of my wider esports people, I'm like, I really screwed up. And I'm not saying this to, like, devalue, like, you know, to disarm what I done. I done a stupid bang your mom comment that shouldn't have been there. But, like, the guy, I remember one guy, he looked at it, who he does, like, he actually worked at Damage Control. I didn't know at the time. And he went, oh, this isn't bad at all. I've seen much worse. And I was like, really? Like, because I feel like I've done really, really bad here. And he's right. Like, some of the crap I've seen people do over the years. I know of a guy who dropped an N-bomb and then went and got a career in traditional sports. Right? But these are the type of, like, I don't know, man. I don't think I've come to terms. I mean, this is just like, I guess we're just farming content here, right? Looking at this even. I've come to terms with the fact that I don't think I'll ever be really loved by Reddit. I don't know if it's just something about, like, maybe there are good Reddits or whatever, but, like, I had this with Dota in the early days. Dota started off loving me in the Reddit threads, and then because I'd done lots of events, it then just turns into the small things that you do wrong and then inflates from there, right? It's weird. What Reddit's one of the... That's the thing. I like to imagine there's nice places. Like, I've been to, like, the cats Reddit thread, the blind cats. I was on there the other day. That was so wholesome. But then there's just, like, experiences like this. And it's just toxic as all hell. People try to gatekeep with Reddit threads. That's the thing. Like, this is the crazy thing. Like, Reddit threads matter in the eyes of some... Other casters don't give a crap. Because they're just dumb with it. Some casters see Reddit as making their career or not. And I can understand it because I was kind of there. Reddit made my career originally in Dota 2. Probably feel like I owe them because of it or whatever. But, like, that's how I got noticed in Dota 2. So, like, as casters and hosts, you put so much onus on Reddit because Reddit is, like, the projected area for, like, someone when you search their name and look for them and stuff or whatever. And that's why it gets, like, a lot of emphasis put on it.
because it's like meant to be seen as a Reddit's meant to be seen as a community funnel for opinion on things, but this is what I don't like about Reddit in modern years, is like it has become an echo chamber for toxic stuff. Because the thing that, remember, I've been drilling into you guys, I stand by it. I hate that this is the way like online communities in general have got. We moan about stuff. I'll moan about stuff more than I'll praise things. I try to balance it, but the reality is we all tend to moan more. Like if we hate something, we'll talk about someone we hate more than someone we love. And that's what's made Reddit for these type of experiences so horrible. Always going to be haters on Reddit. Agreed. It's just like what I mean, though, is like within that, because the haters echo chamber their comments, but obviously the people that are happy. The thing I always say is like, you know, if you have 100 people that hate you in a scene, but you've got thousands watching you with like are content, then you're fine. You're doing great. Right? But like this is what I mean by this. It's like sadly you have to, I still to this day have to remind myself there are plenty of people that enjoy watching what I do and listening to me cast and think I'm a positive addition to the things I do. Right? I think there's a decent amount of people that there'll be people that don't like me, there'll be people that are not fans of me, there'll be people who will be of the, like, he's not my cup of tea, but he does a lot, and I appreciate that. There'll be people that hate you. The problem is, it's always the ones that hate that typically get the focal point, because they're the ones that, like, are so incessantly bothered by your being that they will go out of their way to just do crap like this. They'll go and create dummy accounts. They'll respond to themselves. They'll basically, like, I mean, I highlight this guy because I remember I saw one hate thread when all the crap was happening. This guy made up like a third of the comments. It was ridiculous. Yeah. Weirdness is weirdness. I died in Crimson Desert during a boss fight last week. You blame me? It's because you didn't watch my Crimson Desert shorts. They would have shown you. Everyone should be using the giant tree strat. Hit them with trees. They're interested in an opportunity for them to spread even more hate. Yeah, it's like they're trying to find like-minded Me Too people like that hate someone the same way. Internet's filled with miserable people, but having nothing to live for but hate. That's the thing. I don't know. I'm probably like doing the wrong thing here because I'm highlighting and it's becoming like our own negative swirl. I like to think I try to drive for something more positive and not be part of this problem. No, fudge ups aside, I try to breed positivity. That's why, like, you know, that's why I always say I don't like the idea of weaponizing my audience. Whereas it is a very easy way to get ahead on things. Like, even when, I mean, I'll tell you flat out, even when all this stuff was happening at the start of the year, I had some people telling me that I should weaponize it to go, like, full political. And I was just like, I don't. The way that would be done, even if I was to try and be strategic, think about it, it's like I thought about, like, what would my kids wake up and see? What would I be posting? How would I be? They just didn't see it right. I don't know. I feel like a lot of the time I'm the biggest idiot for not just taking the shortest exploitable routes to wins. But, you know, I have the opium and say the long road will eventually pay off, right? Not going to find nuanced opinions from Reddit. Exactly. I mean, it's like, you know, the good thing is we were saying the other day that I go to Reddit, and if there's like a KP's a great caster, and there's 60 comments that were yes, and there was only one that was no, I'd still focus on the no. Luckily, these guys made it very easy to focus on the no. Feel the less attention you give this toxic hate stuff, the better. That's true. I think it's just like, I guess I just needed to get that one off my chest. Like, I actually just came on here looking to see what's happening on Reddit right now. Because I was actually going to point out we finally know what Gully looks like, Pog. But I guess I just saw it. And I've seen so much of these same... It's the same people always. So I was just like, you know what? Screw them. Focus. Like, just give them this focus point for a second to show how absurd it is. But yeah, guys. MSN... Has MSN been outdone? Gully is now the true baby face of AV4, right? Also, holy crap, Kilyadi got old. I'm sorry, buddy. Last time I saw him, he didn't have a grey hair. You know what this is? This is queuing into that guy for so long. I saw him, was it 2 years ago? He looks a lot different now. He's doing this. Oh, wait. Oh, that makes more sense then. I got baited so hard. Yeah, that if it's a Photoshop one, that makes sense. You know what it is? It's like... Nah, yeah, you're right. This has to be... I got baited. But, like, again, this is to the point, isn't it? If Kiyoyadi gave them the photo, fine. But what we were saying earlier is, like, if EGC is striving to be the most professional of professional, right, then this shouldn't be there. But it's what he gave, right? So that's fine then. It's on him. That's fine then. I'm not going to highlight that one. But there are other examples we highlighted with, like, if EGC wants to be the pinnacle of professionalism, where I don't hit. Corvinus looks like he's just trying to get your sister's phone number or something. There's a smug look about him, the way he's staring. MSN got the little Bieber haircut going on. Oh, dude, Louis, he's entering the Chinese celebrity phase. You know the one I'm talking about? He's finding his hair. As someone who done that later in life as well, I would like to point out this is a revolutionary moment for him. It's a good hair look. Right? He's got like the swift back and the split. So I remember seeing, like, when I saw him in Germany last year, he had the most standard kind of Chinese haircut. Just like all down push forward sort of. He just had that. Looks a lot better like this. I like it. Isn't this still an old picture of B? Dude, he should have given them the one of him just lifting the trophy in Serbia. Yeah, that's the full lineup. We casted a bunch of those games. You can find them in the VODs if you want to see them. Oh, reminder again about that Opera GX. Download it. Click the link, download it if you want to help the channel out. Free to do. Also, I do just swear by Opera GX. There's still some things I'll use like different browsers for because like AOE2CM's dark mode is weird. This dark mode, I don't know why. But this is really handy for a lot of the features. Why they pass Kiyoyadi? Apparently, Kiyoyadi done it to himself. Ezra, who were you dissing in the EGC Discord? Wait, what do you mean? Huh? Rogan? I'm confused.com. Oh, wait, did we? Was it you who smacked talking earlier, Ezra, or was it Gully? Oh, no, it might have been you. My bad. GG's, buddy. Oh, you mean... Oh, you thought there's comments in the Discord? Is this, like, productive, or is this just drama alert farming? God, I'm becoming a drama alert channel. It would be easy content farm. Where is it? First of all, I'd like to thank EGC and the admins for organizing the tournament qualifiers. However, oh no, there's a but. 2 points of criticism. Firstly, the fact that points are awarded simply for taking part, even if you're disqualified straight away without playing a single round. Regarding Saturday, the two strongest players on their way to the top 16 were disqualified, which meant that Downfall and Real Tiger were able to play against significantly weaker opponents. It may be that I'm just angry because I was eliminated so narrowly. However, it seems simply feels unfair when you make it into the top 16 by luck without being a player who's significantly higher. Did that affect play? Oh, for the Silver League, right? I can kind of see. Yeah, I can see where you come from that. I thought you were talking about ranking and seedings, because I would have assumed seeding doesn't change until after. That is a fair point. If two players are disqualified, the bracket should be redrawn, especially when they are two such strong players. I've got no problem with any of the four. I'm glad Downfall and Road Tiger in the Silver League. Also that Scarlet Devil is in the Silver League and Gully is in the main event. I mean, I would say, like, you just turn this into a little bit of extra farmable content. And is it 16 slots in Silver League?
You do half of them based on performance placement, and then you do half of them via another qualifier. Secondly, there's one qualifier per day, and only the final is a best of 5. Yeah, but we had relatively short qualifiers this weekend, but best of 3 just feels too chaotic. Yeah, and I agree on that, but here's the flip side argument. People constantly moan about days being too long. So, like, I'm fine with them making it best of 3 all the way through there if they don't overload their main event days. Because then they're at least taking a direction. But if they have this be short and then they overload the event days, then yeah, it's kind of contradictory. Because like the feedback in the past has been people saying that, you know, was it like 4 best of 5s, plus is too much or whatever. And it can drag way too long. It's unfair on certain people and stuff like that. What if we just spread it out an extra weekend, which isn't always possible, you know, to that point. I wonder if they're trying that this time. And then perhaps just 1 qualifier per weekend. Yeah, that would stretch it out again, which is kind of a problem. Remember, you've only got like succinct periods to work with. Like the thing you have to remember is every time EGC decides that they're going to just stretch themselves out and Grandma's going to plank more, they're blocking other people. So like, look at Carlos. He's having to run his event during the weekdays because he can't because EGC has the weekend, right? And Carlos had tournaments that he wanted to run on the weekends before, but he couldn't because there was the Homestead Cup qualifiers. And then there was like 1 weekend free, which was used for the IPOA's World Cup event, and then was also used for the Deep Shiner, I think, event it was, right? So that became an overloaded weekend. So like, making the event another week longer has knock-on effects that are also problematic. And then Sunday, semi-final, final. Just to clarify once more, I'm not questioning the results or thinking badly on the players. Just hope that things like this are organized differently next time. Yeah, I mean, I get where you come from. I get some of the frustrations, but you see what I mean by some of the things I'm saying. Like, the whole idea of making the qualifiers longer can gatekeep other things within the community. And I don't know if EGC really wants to be responsible for the whole community anymore. I mean, well, I don't know if Lidicor is present enough, right? And, like, Pesty is clocked out at this point. So I think in some way, Pesty wipes sweat off his brow when other people step up. I imagine, like, he was very happy when the KPMMs are happening. And then when Warman started doing her Age of RTS events, because, like, you remove one piece from the chessboard and it breaks the whole thing. That was, like, the whole thing I warned at the start of the year is, like, you know, if I stop doing this, it does hurt the scene because I think everything is important. So, like, within that, you need to make sure that all the pillars are supported. But you also need to leave room occasionally for an extra pillar to come in to hold the table up, right? And that can be things like the Poas guys, or that can be Carlos and what he's doing with this 2v2 tournament. But there needs to be space for those things. Especially if those things are trying to monetize and like they grow the audience to then be able to get sponsors. Because the reality of those situations is you're only going to be able to do that off of, like with AoE4 size, you're only going to be able to do that off of weekends. Right? Yeah. Nothing too dramatic or anything. Wish that Tune would give me another answer. What do you say? Regarding the points, I understand the frustration, but these 2 points would not have changed the outcome either way. Players need at least 8 points to hope to get into good games. 10 points, blah, blah, blah. In that case, the 2 points is more likely a participation note. Okay, so he's probably right on this, but if I go onto a firing range and I walk in front of all the people shooting guns, but I don't get hit by a bullet, it doesn't mean that if I walk past all the people in the firing range shooting their guns down the range again, I'm not going to get hit by a bullet. It's like, I get what he means, but I don't think this is bulletproof to really complete the analogy, that this would always be the case that the 2 points would make the difference, right? Depending on certain outliers of Qualifier 1 and Qualifier 2, it could warp the results, I think. My point is that Real Tiger and Downfall both got weaker opponents on their way to the top 16 and that there shouldn't be a reward for participating in DQ immediately. That's bracket manipulation, in my opinion, and should be banned in the handbook. With that, you can't participate in the next qualifier or something like that. Yeah, I mean, I've been of the opinion that when it comes to people, like, letting a show down or whatever, there should be impacts. Like, you guys saw the Nikov thing, right? Where, like, because
he got into arguments, and he also AFK'd in the game. He then got banned from a tournament. I do think sometimes you could be more penalizing with that. I've talked in the past quite bluntly about like cutting people's prize pool earnings if they keep breaking rules. It can even be simple rules like not using the correct colors, because it sounds like something really small, but it impacts the quality of the broadcast in a very big way, and then that has knock-on effects. But it's like Pavlov's dog logic, where if someone's punished for a thing, they don't do it again. You know what I mean? Right? So like, if players frequently did not turn up for a tournament and got DQ'd, and then you banned them from the next qualifier, they'd know to turn up next time, you know? So like, there is an argument to that. I think there's not enough cause and effect. Speaking as a guy who got a very big cause and effect, there's a lot of people that don't get cause and effect for the smaller infractions. And it just leads to repeat behavior that shouldn't be there. And what's up, Curl Master? Thank you very much for the sub, buddy. Appreciate you. Yeah, I kind of get where you come from. It is unfortunate. Honestly, I kind of feel like Silver League could just be its own qualifier. Doesn't need to be covered necessarily, but like, I think some slots from Silver League should be allocated based on an additional qualifier, probably. You missed my analogy? My analogy was God tier. You can go back and watch it now. Because you're subscribed, you can also now rewind. Ah, what? That's sick. I can't believe we've got the technology. It's so evolutionary. Wow. All right. I think, though, we might get ready to bring that to a close. What's happening tomorrow with Le Schedule? So, tomorrow, Dimmu Corvinus versus Gully Ezra, 15:45 CET. Aren't you guys going to be in school at that point? Do you, like, live very close to your school? Or does German school stop at 2 p.m.? It's a bit tight. Turkey, Scandinavia, yeah, but I'm gonna chill it. Like, dude, we done 6 hours Saturday, 7 hours Saturday, 7 hours Sunday, and 4 hours today. Chill, baby. I think Carlos is doing it, so we'll probably raid through to him anyway. But outside that, tomorrow, it's these ones, right? Yeah. So quarterfinals are happening tomorrow as well. So probably the Canadian bros up against the Spanish bros. That's going to be sick. That'll be a fun one. Like quarterfinals they meet? That's kind of crazy. And then a bunch of these should be happening too. But like the main focus points is, I mean, probably Numidan Voldemar getting through there, right? Against Louis Scarlet. That'll be spicy as well. Corv, Dimmu, or Gully Dekel, and Ezra up against Anno Scatterbrain. Going to be fun too. Probably B-Cat versus Kilyadi Baltoon. But maybe Fump from Baxter will show something. Then again, maybe B and Cat will get the time zones wrong and just get instantly DQ'd. Who knows? Oh, you wrote your last... Oh, you got no more school? Oh, like, easy clap. Oh, easy life. Education nowadays. You guys don't have to do anything. Actually, I don't know. I feel like kids nowadays actually get strung up on not doing homework more. When I was in school, you could just get away with not doing homework. Or like, you might occasionally get a detention, but then the hilarity is they give you a detention and then you wouldn't do the homework. Or you just hit the realization point of, screw this, I'm just going to leave and not do the detention. I'm a naughty boy. All right, guys. What I'm going to do, though, YouTube, thank you for watching it in the stream. We're back for more in the coming days, so be sure to tune in. But Twitch, hang around, because we're going to